#1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
Hey, it's Big O. Protect your home the way we do with Sloman's Home Security, folks. And if you want some great news, how about this? A free doorbell camera. That's right. The first 40 Big O listeners who dial 1-800-ALARM-ME will get this limited time offer of a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone with installation of your Sloman's Shield. And that's not all, folks. Sloman's is going to give you a free customized home security system and professional installation when you use their low-cost central station monitoring. So you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, a motion detector, 3 arm doors, and backup battery. Plus, if you're one of the first 40 Big O listeners to call 1-800-ALARM-ME, you'll receive a free doorbell camera with the installation of your Sloman's Shield. Keep your family safe like we do here in the Alzigari family. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The viewing statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website. The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
There we go. There we go. There we go. Good morning, boys and girls. Hope you all are doing well out there. Having some fun. Yeah, baby. Yeah. All right. There we go. Got a little KSDT action. Hope you all are well out there on a beautiful Wednesday. We are loaded today on the program. Obviously, a lot of, let's see, we got Heat talk. We got plenty of Panthers talk. We got all kinds of NFL free agency talk that we want to get into. Also, little Canes football, Dolphins, and free agency will be front and center, obviously, with all of that. And a loaded Wednesday, as you all know. It starts with us, and it ends with Sean Stanley doing his thing. So you'll get your wrestling at 1 o'clock. But we are loaded, man. So 9 to 10, obviously, the Slomans Inside the Paint show with Ira and Clay. They will bring it after last night's Heat win over the Pistons. So we'll have that. Remember, if you have any questions, they want to start taking your questions on the show now. All right? So Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com. So if you have specific questions for Ira and Clay on Inside the Paint, send it in at Big O Radio Show at yahoo.com, and we will forward those questions to the boys. So set that up from 9 to 10. It is a Wednesday, so Ian Rapoport is going to join us at 10:10. So after the boys are off, we will come on and do our thing, and Rap Sheet will do his thing. He's been, all over it the last couple of days in free agency. He's been breaking stories left and right, and so it's great to have him on with us at 10:10. At noon, we're going to talk a little crypto with Mandy Campbell, head of content and brand at OK Coin. As you know, we broadcast every day from the OK Coin studios. So Mandy Campbell's going to join us. We'll talk a little. You saw how Bitcoin shot up to I think it got to 42,000 last night. And then it shot right back down into the 39 and then shot back over 40,000 now. And it's at 40,600 right now. So we're wondering, is this the moment where Bitcoin makes that run, or is it going to have a little bit of a comeback here? There's been, I mean, everybody's buying and buying and buying. There's not a lot of selling going on. So we'll see what happens there. So we'll talk to Mandy about all things crypto with her. At 12:40, Jeff Welt is going to join us from Welt and Rayom. We have the Welt and Rayom text line. And I wanted to bring on Jeff so we can talk, a little bit about the Deshaun Watson case and what is the next step now that the criminal part is through, or at least it's still open. Obviously, they didn't indict him. So there's other steps that have to happen here. And you've got teams that are obviously already meeting and inquiring and trying to make the trade. So we'll talk to Jeff Welt and we'll get his thoughts. We'll get legal advice. Okay. Let's get a pro's advice on what's going on in that situation. So we'll have a little information at that time at 12:40. So we'll talk with Jeff there. So we are absolutely loaded today on the program. We got a bunch of things to talk about. Today, everybody's agreed to deals. They can start signing deals this afternoon. By the way, Jakeem Grant signed or agreed to a 3-year, $13.8 million deal with the Browns. So getting paid even more money than he was getting paid here. So it looks like, the best returner in the NFL is now playing for the Browns. So it bothers me a little bit, I got to say, because guys like that, you don't find them in the NFL anymore. It's hard to return in this league. He's the only one that returned last year. And I know he had the drops, but I think we kind of made a little too much of that. And, but whatever. Flow and whatever, and he's gone, and he wasn't going to come back, and he's going to get the money, and good for him. But now they got several guys. Cedric can help out in returning, so they are kind of planning in a sense to have options there at the return game. So that's one thing. And I gotta, it's here's where people form narratives, right? And this is the funny part, all right? We look at the Miami Dolphins yesterday, and they sign Connor Williams, right? The guard. So they get him to a nice deal, a 3-year contract, and people are focusing on the 17 penalties last year, which obviously was an issue for him, right? There's no doubt. He had 11 holding penalties last year out of 17 penalties, and he ended up going to the bench, and then they brought him back. But the guy's been a starter for 3 years, okay? And this is the interesting part about all of this. So he grades out as one of the best run-blocking guards and pass-blocking guards. The guy allowed like 2 sacks and like 600 and something snaps, where Austin Jackson allows a sack every 10 snaps. So 600 and something snaps, and the guy allows 2 sacks. He's one of the best blocking guards in the NFL, and they're focused on one bad year of penalties. And I say that because he had 17 penalties last year, 11 of them holding, right? He had 10 holding penalties the 3 years prior. You see what I'm saying? So how about maybe last year was an aberration, not the norm? The norm is he gets 3 a year, because that's kind of what he did the first 3 years. So last year he had a bad year. Guess what? We're all entitled to a bad year. You have them, I have them, we all have them. Everybody has them. We're human beings. But let's focus on the last year. Let's not look that overall he was actually pretty damn good, and he actually is a really good player. So you figure all you got to do is get him back to where he was the first 3 years. And he knows he could probably get back to those 3 years. But no, let's go overboard and focus on just 1 year. The kid is a good player. That was a really good pickup by the Miami Dolphins. All right. Still some tackles out there. Let's hope that they're able to get a tackle out there. But this is what I want you to, Always look at the big picture. You know how I tell you a lot of times in crypto, you got to look at macro, not micro. You know what I mean? So that's you want to look at the big picture. You don't want to look at the, focus in, and that's because that's what we do. We try to nitpick something, and kid's a good player. That's the bottom line. If he was a bad player and had a bad year with penalties, well, then that's a different story. But this is actually a really good player that can really pass block, that can really run block. So all you got to do is kind of clean things up a little bit. Not a big deal. Let's mark it down like one hell of a pickup for the Miami Dolphins to get a mid-20s guy that's got a future here for you. He can play through 2 contracts, barring injuries. That's a really good job by the front office to be able to get a guy like that. So don't allow people to go overboard on the negativity with Connor Williams when the overall picture is incredibly positive. And let's just say we're lucky and blessed that maybe he had a little too many penalties and now Miami gets them. And we're blessed that the Dallas Cowboys have so many cap issues because they have a lot of good players they have to re-sign that they can't sign them all. And you end up getting a starting guard that you desperately needed. And if somehow or another they can land one of those tackles or a J.C. Treader at center, then all of a sudden now we're talking about a major change on the O-line, not just philosophy, not just the coaching part of it, not hopefully, the production of it, but now the talent too and the experience. And I think you need those pillars of stability inside that line. They don't have enough of those. They don't have any of those guys. Now they have one in Connor. They need to go get another one to help bring along all the other young guys. That's kind of what they do with the Heat. You got a bunch of young guys and you got a whole bunch of seasoned veterans that obviously know how to get it done. So that's the beauty there. All right. Let's bring the boys aboard. I think Ira, yes, I gave him time. I saw him that he had the glasses out. So we got the glasses out for you. Ira, how you doing? You guys doing all right?
I think I might have disappeared here. There I am. I'm back on the panel. For a moment there, I was worried. So, you know what? Oh, I am. But it's interesting. It's such a weird place the Heat are in right now. They're in first place in the conference, everything you would want to be. And yet you have the Nets looming as a possible first-round opponent. You have Jimmy Butler with these chronic injuries adding up, another ankle sprain, more missed time. He had the sore toe. He had the sinus congestion. He already missed a quarter of the season, and that keeps going. You have those concerns. And you don't really know your playoff rotation because guys are in, guys are out. Guys you had written off as, okay, they don't need Markieff Morris. Then he has a very effective game last night. You have guys like Max Strus, so, well, he's not going to be in there. And I know this is almost like I think we need the Duncan Robinson hour for you, Big O, but just the fact of what Max is doing has changed things.
Yeah. No, last night, what was it? 13 points in the fourth quarter, right? Right? Was it fourth quarter or third quarter?
16 in the fourth quarter, 13 right away to start the quarter to keep him afloat. Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can make the case that he was the singular reason why they won that game last night, and clearly it was Duncan Robinson's performance that has Ira choked up right there. I mean, that was very emotional.
Very emotional when it comes to Max.
And I was finally catching up to Big O. That's the thing, So guys,
we all do eventually, don't we?
Yes, exactly. Eventually, you all catch up to me. Yes.
And we'll talk about this throughout the course of the show.
I'm sure you guys will bring up Duncan. I'm sure you're going to bring up the Jimmy injuries. I mean, there's
and I got to tell you, and we're going to bring up Max as a possible starter because you can only ignore it so long.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one. Now, through it all, let's not get lost. They're still winning a hell of a lot of games. Okay. So yes, there are, we can't call them issues because they're not really like problems.
Right.
But it's almost like an anticipatory thing. So you're trying to avoid a problem. And so do we do this or do we go in this direction? I think that's the kind of thing that you got to talk about. And I'm sure that's what Spo and his staff have to talk about, and they have to assess certain things going on with the team.
And they never hint until the moment of truth, because why should they? You know, the secret society. Oh, you see it in all sports. You see it in when you cover football practice and they tell you can't report on X, Y, and Z. And then all of a sudden they have, the fake punt or something like that. I think the Heat are that way also. I think the Heat, for as good as they publicly are saying they feel, realize they're not exactly the ultimate position of strength in this very competitive conference and in these playoff matchups where, honestly, we are all going to be sitting here on the special edition of the Big O Show on April 10th on that Sunday, on the final day of the season, trying to figure out the playoff matchups. You know what, Clay? It's almost like the NCAA tournament last Sunday show.
But Duncan really did a number on you last night. Holy moly. Wow.
But how's the bracket? How's the bracket going to shake out? You don't know the bracket. And the bracket means everything. Just like we're all filling out our NCAA brackets right now. You just don't know. It's all based on matchups. And it's going to be really interesting. There's going to be more jockeying, I think, this year than in recent years, because people know their better matchups and they also know their worst matchups.
By the way, Ira, while you might be catching up with me on one thing, I'm watching Kyrie Irving last night. Maybe I'm catching up to you on the Nets.
Oh, be afraid. Be very afraid.
Holy moly. That dude put on a show last night. It was like I'm watching the Heat game, but I'm also going, wow, look at Kyrie. Wow, look at Kyrie. He put on a show last night, man. That was a lot of fun. All right, Clay, what do you guys got coming up?
Well, we're going to talk about, I think the Duncan Robinson situation is one that, hey, you got a lot of fans on either side of this thing. And maybe you have a lot more kind of swaying towards how do we lessen the amount of playing time with him? And I think the question is, do you pull him out of the starting lineup completely? Or is it just a matter of what we saw last night, which was just start to read the room there and see who takes those minutes as it goes on? Ira, I'm concerned about Jimmy Butler. And I was concerned about him before these injuries started mounting up, about the fourth quarter play and things like that. But now you're starting to see, all right, this is supposedly your best guy. And so if you can't count on him to both stay healthy and play his best in the moments that matter the most, then what have you got there? So we'll get to all those and a lot more coming up.
Right. So they're winning, but there are concerns, and the boys will definitely be talking about that next right here on the Sloman's Inside the Paint show.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Good morning, everybody. Clay Ferraro here, Ira Winderman there. And Ira, this feels a little different than a typical post-victory Wednesday morning. It's almost like people are kind of looking for some of the dings in the armor from what we saw last night with this Heat team. So we're going to get to a lot of that and see if some of the concerns that we may have had over these last couple of weeks are starting to become bigger issues as we start to look ahead to the playoffs. But let's start here, Ira. What was your big takeaway from this game last night, a game that the Heat were able to win against a Pistons team that near the bottom of the league, despite the fact they've been playing better basketball lately? What was your overwhelming takeaway from this?
I'm concerned about the Heat scoring, and I guess I'm doing it on dual fronts. I'm concerned about that it takes Tyler Herro to go off in every second quarter for them to regain their footing, and that it takes someone like a Max Strus to come out of nowhere with the first 13 points of the fourth quarter to keep them competitive. And the reason I say that, Clay, is not as much just the Heat game, but also like Big O spoke about on the crosstalk here leading into, Sloman's Home Shield Inside the Paint show. And the reason is I'm concerned because if you're going to play someone like the Nets in the first round, you're going to have to score. You're going to have to outscore another team. And I just don't know if Kyle Lowry is going to be Mr. 4 points and Bam Adebayo is going to be consistent and Duncan Robinson is going to be up and down. There are going to be some of these playoff series. You're seriously going to have to manufacture points at a high rate, which means a healthy and contributing Jimmy Butler, which means Kyle Lowry not being passive and waiting the entire first half to make his first shot. So I think there are concerns. Look, if that wasn't the Pistons last night, Clay, or if that was the Pistons with Cade Cunningham, arguably the rookie of the year in the NBA this season, you probably would be talking about an L and a completely different outlook this morning. Now you gained a half game. You're still in first place. You still have that number 1 seed. But even Eric Spoelstra said when he experimented with the Markieff Morris, PJ Tucker front line, when he had to go in different directions, they're still tinkering. They're about a month away from the start of the playoffs. The playoffs start April 16th. And all of a sudden, I think that the thoughts of perfection aren't there. And here's the real question, Clay Ferraro. Are the Miami Heat a team that is more built for the regular season than they are for the playoffs? And that's where my mindset is right now. I mean, you're not rolling in Gabe Vincent. You're not rolling in Max Strus. You're not going 11 deep in the playoffs. Either your best get it done, your best be their best, or you're not advancing. So are the Heat locked into a definitive championship contending 8-man core, or is this a team that has a bunch of really nice guys? And in late April and early May, while others are playing on, are we going to say, but they had a bunch of really nice guys? So again, are the nice guys good enough? Or do the Heat have that core elite that championship teams ultimately will need?
Guys, make sure to hit that like button for us. It does us a huge favor. Also, drop your questions in the chat. We want to make this interactive and see if you can give Ira and me something that we can disagree on and go heavy on. But no, I think that it all comes down to Jimmy Butler in many ways for me, Ira. And maybe I'm putting too much on his shoulders, but I saw what he did during this team's NBA Finals run. And I think that's why I'm a bit more concerned based on what I've seen so far this year. And you've been on the side of this whole season that once it gets to the playoffs and once you get to those real moments of truth and the regular season doesn't really seem to matter as much, that's when we'll see the real Jimmy Butler. But these injuries keep popping up. I understood last week when you looked at a game against Phoenix and a game against Minnesota, 2 games against Western Conference teams, and you made a great point that ultimately that Eastern Conference tiebreaker could be vital for this team. But last night was concerning. You're taking on an Eastern Conference team. Jimmy Butler gets hurt. You can look at this 2 ways, right? Like either you're so thankful that you've got somebody like Max Strus who can pull you out of the fire in the fourth quarter. But I think, to your point, it's more of a concern to me that you needed that to happen against a Pistons team without Cade Cunningham. Now, I will say again, they had just played the Clippers really tough. They had played some tough games. They beat the Raptors. I mean, the last few games for Detroit, they've looked like a different and
they also entered
team.
They also entered 1-13 without Cade Cunningham this year. So they're a different team without their best player.
And so it's not like you can tell me, hey, this is a better Pistons team than their record would indicate. But are they? And I think, again, if you're going to tell me that the Western Conference games don't mean as much and the Eastern Conference games are more important, and that's what we're all in on, what were we seeing last night? So these are my concerns moving forward, Ira. Can Jimmy Butler be that guy who is going to take you to the next level in the playoffs? Because he's going to be the difference, man. And if he is going to be able to take his game to another level, I'm not as concerned. But I'm getting to the point where I'm going to need to see it, and I'm going to need to see him healthy in order to feel better about this term's long-term prognosis than I am right now.
You know what? This comes down to one thing we always hear in sports, Clay, that we don't know if it really exists or not, okay? And that is the switch. Is there really such thing as flipping the switch, turning the switch? Over the years, and I know this for a fact when it came to Shaquille O'Neal and LeBron James, we'd be talking about playoff seeds, and they'd be going, doesn't matter where we finish. I finished first and second and third. I won a championship from fourth. I've been able to do it. When the playoffs start, we can flip that switch. And then I've seen teams that said the same thing last season's Heat. It doesn't matter that we're not as good as we were in the bubble. We're built for the playoffs. When we face those Bucks in the first round, we took care of them last year. We'll take care of them again in 5 games. They didn't. And so it comes down to – Kyle Lowry told us this. I believe it was might have been after Friday or Saturday's game at FTX Arena, where he said, I've been swept out while being a number 1 seed. I've been swept while being a number 2 seed. He won the championship as a number 2 seed in 2019 in Toronto. Does this switch exist? That's one of those sort of sports debates where players will say that. It's easy to say that because it buys you time. Because if you say you're going to flip the switch, it makes the rest of the regular season moot. It downplays oh my God, the Heat aren't in first place anymore. They just lost games to Chicago and Boston and Toronto on that upcoming road trip, or even Monday coming up on Philadelphia. I don't have confidence this is a flip the switch team, because I think this is a team that relies so much on cohesion. This team does not have the kind of scoring, if you go look at your Heat stats, where on other teams, whether it's a Giannis or someone else, someone's averaging 27 points and the next highest scorer is 19 or so. So it's that guy. We're going to ride KD. We're going to ride Embiid. We're going to ride Harden. We're going to ride Giannis. We're going to ride DeRozan. In other words, the Heat doesn't have that guy. The Heat, it's been Tyler lately, which has been a little problematic as a sixth man, but that's the difference. So it's not just can one guy flip the switch, can all 8 guys in the rotation flip the switch and be better than they are right now. The Heat went into last night's game 4-3 in their previous 7 games. Good, but not good enough. That gets you beat, if not in the first round, in the second round. So I think there has to be a little bit more. We know that Tyler Herro is an SOB. He will go out and get you buckets when you need. But we've also seen his defense, Clay. And we're still not as sold that in the ultimate moments of truth, can you trust Tyler Herro both ways? Or for everything he does at a Tyler Herro level, which is very good, but still growing. It's not a DeRozan level. It's not a Harden level. It's not a Kyrie level. It's not a Durant level. So what he gets, will you wind up giving up more on the other end? Really interesting. Eric Spoelstra said, this is a week we've had practice. We haven't practiced all year. They practice on Monday. They're going to practice again on Thursday. They might practice on Sunday. They need to build that a little more. And to your point, Clay Ferraro, if Jimmy Butler is on the bad ankle and is not going to play and is not going to be in those practices, tick, tick, tick. The clock ticks. We get closer to the playoffs with no definitive sense of who they are or what they are. You're right. This is very weird. They're in first place. They're having a hell of a season. They're 21 or 22 over 500. And yet we could wake up in the morning here on the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show and still have questions at a 9 a.m. on a Wednesday. Interesting times.
Yeah, and yet I think they're valid. And, you know, I think, unfortunately, the thing that we've talked about, it's not just on this show, but I think the concerns people had about when you give Jimmy Butler a max contract again at this age, it's okay, at what point does the breakdown start? And once it starts, it doesn't go the other way. Now, you could easily say, all right, the ankle last night, that was a fluke. If it had just been that one, then you write it off and say, okay, he misses a game or two. He waits for the ankle to heal. He comes back. Not a big issue, despite the fact it's this late in the season. Hopefully you've got that continuity already built up. But the bottom line is that continuity was not built up. He's had the toe issue, which seems like more of a lingering thing, and one of those things that you're like, okay, is this kind of the part of the breakdown? And then also the sinus issue. And he's missed these. I am all for stealing rest down the stretch for your guys so that they're fresh for the playoffs, especially against Western Conference teams. The problem is when that takes away from the continuity that you're trying to build. And I was not that concerned about that with this team earlier in the year, because I thought the first few games, man, they went out there and they hit it like they had been playing together for 8 years. But that's kind of slipped. And it's almost like these guys shuffling in and out of a lineup, some of that continuity that they had built up during those Hunger Games practices during training camp, it seems to have waned. It seems to be, and nobody's quite sure, okay, is it my turn to step up? Is it his turn to step? So I think it's good that they're getting this practice time. But to your point, if you can't build the continuity with your best player on the floor, then what good does it really do? All you're basically doing is getting more minutes for guys who've already gotten those minutes. And hey, it does give you a Max Strus to do what he did last night. But is he the guy that you're going to rely on to pull you out of the fire in the fourth quarter against the Brooklyn Nets in the playoffs?
1,000 points correct on that. And that's why Eric Spoelstra, I'm just listening to his tape again this morning. I get up, I transcribe it, and sort of come up with a new story for the next day. And before we came on the air here, and he was saying that's what made our team so special this year, is that we've had plug-and-play guys who might not play the first half. Last night, Gabe Vincent and Max Strus, and they can come on. That doesn't matter in the playoffs. Remember those
Right.
finals against the Lakers when all of a sudden the Heat rolled through Indiana and Milwaukee and Boston, and they were right there toe-to-toe early in the series with the Lakers, and then Bam went down and was lost, and then Goran went down and was lost. Your Myers-Leonard's giving you an erstwhile effort starting in place of Bam Adebayo doesn't get it done in the playoffs. It's your core 4, your core 5 that ultimately make the ultimate difference, that play much bigger minutes in the playoffs than the regular season because there are no back-to-backs. So I just hope the epitaph to this Heat season isn't this, when we walk back in, the locker rooms are back open after COVID, that says we fought the good fight during the regular season. Next man up. There's a bunch of regular season stuff. Clay Ferraro, no one remembers the regular season. No one's going to remember this great Panther season, Florida Panther season.
Yep.
If they go up against my Rangers in the first round and they lose in the first round, people are going to forget that. No one's going to remember any of that. Remember all those years when the Marlins had those great starts and we're like, ooh, finally this is going to happen. Then they turn back into the Marlins. That's what the NBA regular season is. On one hand, we say it has value because it gives us enjoyment and pleasure 2 or 3, 4 times a night during the dog days. But it still all comes down to the playoffs. This Heat team, matter of fact, we can talk about this on a later segment of the show today also. If you were to ask me what defines a successful Miami Heat season, it's not a 50-win season. It's not a number 1 seed. It's how far did you get in the playoffs? And if the Heat meet all the milestones of the regular season, they have Bam as Defensive Player of the Year. They have Tyler as Sixth Man Award winner. They win their 50 games. They finish number 1 in the conference. But if they go out in the first round of the playoffs, Clay, it might as well again be 2021 and the Bucks, because all of a sudden, for everything they did, and I hope this doesn't happen, you and I could be on here every Wednesday talking about what did the Heat have to change? Did they rely on too many old players? Did they not feature Tyler Moore as a starter? Did they ride too long with Duncan Robinson? So it's all building. Eric Spoelstra knows that. 6 months of what happens until April 16th don't matter nearly as much as what happens starting on April 16th. We still don't know. We think we know. We hope we know.
Ira, am I wrong to be concerned about Jimmy Butler and what we've seen from him, not just the injuries, but also the play down the stretch? Am I making too much of this thing?
Here's what's happening to Jimmy Butler. And Clay, you remember this from last year. You reach a certain age in the NBA when you realize what I just said, that the regular season only counts so much. Remember Jimmy's vow on the eve of the Bucks series? You're going to see the best me. You know, this is my time. This is go time. I'm ready. And then he was humbled game after game after game after game. The veteran who thinks he can just turn it on at the start of the playoffs, the veteran who tries to save himself for the start of the playoffs, the veteran who, look, you can talk about sinus congestion or whatever, but that ostensibly was rest. I think the toe, for the most part, was the kind of thing you and I always talk about. Could you have played in a playoff game with that? The answer is hell yeah. And to his credit, Jimmy pushed through the rest of the first half, and he clearly was limping.
Yes.
And like I tweeted during the game, it's once he goes in the locker room. And once that thing starts swelling up, and once they have to start icing it, he's done. And that was the prudent thing and the right approach to take also. I hate that flip the switch. We're going to flip the switch for the playoffs. We're going to get it going. Now, maybe Jimmy can do that. He did it in 2020. Maybe Kyle can do that. They did that in 2019 when the Raptors won the championship. I won't know until I know. It looks like PJ Tucker's almost saying that right now, as his play has sort of waned a little bit recently. But man, that's a dangerous game. You play the Nets in the first round. You play them at FTX Arena. You got Mike Breen and the national crew down here on a Sunday for ABC and ESPN, and they lose that game. Oh my God. Oh my God, not just the feeling in the arena. Oh my God, Clay Ferraro sitting next to Will Manso on that Sunday sports show talking about what went right or what went wrong when it comes to where the Heat stand in the playoffs. So that's the whole point of this morning. It's sort of not a wake-up call, although at 9 a.m., I guess it's a wake-up call for anybody. But Clay, more than anything, I think it's a case of we know so much about the Miami Heat to this point, but I'm not so sure we know exactly who they are or what they're going to be. That when you look at the Miami Heat, when you wake up today and you say, hey, still first place, still in a position of strength, still with Tyler Herro emerging, able to go through a fourth quarter with Max Strus and do what they did last night, That's a lot of check marks in all the good boxes. But when you also look at where they stand and look at the possible playoff teams, you can see scenarios where you play different opponents in the playoffs. Let's say it's the Nets in the first round. Can you outscore Brooklyn in the first round? Well, they've been a little shaky. There's been a lot of small numbers in those quarter-by-quarter scores. We've seen the 18s. We've seen the 19. We've seen the 9-point quarters. They were outscored 19-0 in the third quarter of that game last night. So you have all of that going on as well. So you say to yourself, in different matchups, do they have the answers? They have not looked great against the Boston Celtics. They have one game left at the start of a 3-game trip against Boston. You'd like to see him make it right, but it's also 2 weeks before the end of the season. Does Eric Spoelstra roll out his best lineup, or does that just create more doubts if you finish the season series 0-3 against the Celtics? Then you go on that trip, you play a Chicago Bulls team, you're 3-0, but you're 3-0 against them at the start of the season. So it becomes a question of, if you lose that one, is there seeded doubts? Then you go to Toronto, second nights of a back-to-back. Do you even wind up having Kyle Lowry play in a game like that, even though it's his only chance to play in front of a full crowd when they go to Toronto? So that's why, we're sitting here this morning, and you're in such a good position, and you still have questions. Now, Eric Spoelstra is the kind of coach who's going to tell you, it's good to have questions. I want my guys on edge. I want them to know that nothing is a given, that you still could be sitting in first place, 2.5 games ahead of the Milwaukee Bucks, ahead of the Philadelphia 76ers, who've been rebuilt with what Joel Embiid and James Harden give you, and you still have those kind of questions. So I think when you look at all of that, Clay, and thank you for letting me have my little soliloquy here, I think you can say to yourself, you know what? We still need answers. And Clay, as long as this team still needs answers and still has questions, one thing that I didn't think was going to happen is going to happen, Clay. The final 3 weeks of the regular season will have meaning for the Miami Heat. There will be meaningful games for seeding. There will be meaningful games for statements, like I just said, against the Celtics, against the Bulls, against the Raptors, even the final week of home games. You're playing Charlotte and Atlanta. Those teams are desperate to make the play-in, or maybe get to the number 8 seed and host a play-in game in one of those first 2 rounds there. So there's a lot of meaning still left for the Heat. There's still a lot of unanswered questions, and maybe that's good. Because, Clay, would you rather have a team going into the playoffs that's in a malaise, or would you rather have a team that's on edge? We have our answer. They're going to have to be on edge. How do they handle that? And how they handle that might impact how they handle the playoffs.
So we're going to talk about that more. I do want to talk about the Duncan Robinson, Max Strus conundrum, and I want to talk about who else may need to earn some more minutes down the stretch here, especially if Jimmy Butler can't play for any period of time. That and a lot more coming up right here on Inside the Paint.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. You're listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Big O listeners can get a free doorbell camera. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. That's BigORadioShow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Ooh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop. No! Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman's Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welcome back to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. At Sloman's, we never charge for installation. There's no minimum requirements, no activation fee, no games. See how easy and affordable it is to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Ira, what do we do about the Duncan Robinson situation?
You know what? It doesn't matter, Clay, what we do. It matters what Eric Spoelstra does. I was talking to someone involved with the Heat last night, and they said for the first time they thought maybe you give it a little further consideration. Here's the problem, Clay. When you have this starting lineup like it's set up right now with Bam Adebayo, PJ Tucker, Duncan Robinson, Jimmy Butler, and Kyle Lowry, you know you need at least one more big, so you're going to have Dwayne Dedmon and, of course, Tyler Herro, your sixth man. Do you get to Max Strus? Because do you get to Max Strus if you're also going to play Victor Oladipo and you're also going to go with the relentless hustle of Caleb Martin? Now, you mentioned on a crosstalk with Big O at the top of the show, maybe you do what I've been talking about for months now, that Luke Babbitt role of, give Duncan 3-4 minutes to start of each half. If he's making a bunch of threes, you play him a little bit longer. But I'm not sure you still can cycle to your 10th man with that kind of rotation. I didn't even mention Markieff Morris, by the way, when I gave you the 9 deep there. So I think you do have to consider that. And as much as Duncan Robinson has been fabric of this team with his dribble handoffs and his screen and rolls with Bam Adebayo, Max Strus shows a lot of that also. And he is the better defender. And he is the tougher body in there, more physical presence. And his foul rate is not the same foul rate as Duncan Robinson, where all of a sudden the opposing team is in the bonus in the first quarter because of Duncan's fouls with 6 minutes to go in the period. So I think it is legitimate. And we've seen this before. We've seen it with Kendrick Nunn. He starts the whole regular season, and then Eric Spoelstra says, okay, Goran Dragic, you're starting right now. But the elephant in the room is this: 5-year, $90 million contract. And so if you say, that's okay, we'll trade Duncan in the offseason, well, he's still pretty close to 4 years and about $75 million left. Not the most tradable deal also. So you're weighing the contract, you're weighing the future, and you're weighing the moment. Hey, if you wind up in a first-round matchup against Charlotte, maybe Atlanta, you might say to yourself, you know what, we could buy some more time with this. If you wind up in a first-round matchup against Brooklyn, you might go, hey, it's go time. This is our conference finals right now. So, yeah, I think the Duncan thing is more in play than maybe I've been letting on or wanted to let on. Because, again, the starting lineup's record, Clay, is so good.
Yeah.
And I used this in my Ask Ira at SunSentinel.com this morning. Do you mess with a good thing? For all we're saying about what's not working, it's still win, win, win. All they want to do is win with this lineup. It's kind of interesting, but yeah, I think it's at least a debate point right now, Clay. I would agree with that.
So here's my deal with this. It's not about who starts, it's about who finishes, right? We hear that all the time. Last night, the Heat were winning this game 29-22 at the end of the first quarter. So the starting point wasn't the problem. Now you can make the case that, hey, the third quarter was absolute garbage, and clearly that's been an issue for this team for years. They have a name for it for the third quarter. But I think, Ira, changing the starting lineup doesn't change much of what's this Heat team's problem right now. It's, okay, how do we find the minutes for the best players, the guys who are playing the best? And the issue with Duncan, I think, when you mentioned the Luke Babbitt role, I think there are some eye rolls because it's like, yeah, he's making $90 million. You didn't pay Luke Babbitt $90 million. But at some point, you have to throw the contracts out the window when it comes to this team and this rotation. And you can't care how much each player is making. And so what I think you do, Ira, with the Luke Babbitt role, it's okay, if Duncan goes out there and he's hot, then you roll with it and you let it ride, and you understand that you're going to take the hits on the defensive end of the floor. Because at this point, Ira, I'm kind of at the point where he is who he is defensively. And if you're making up for it more than making up for it on the offensive end, then it's a pretty simple cash in, cash out, right? I mean, if you're making money on the offensive end of the floor more than you're losing it on the defensive end of the floor, then you play him. But I think you have enough options at this point where you have to go with what's best for the team regardless of contract. And I think you start him. I think you see if he's got a good thing going that night. But the hook's got to be quick. I mean, you can't give him a long leash at this point because these minutes are too valuable. And you've got too many guys, to the point that Miami Fan Fanatic said earlier on in the chat. This team is too deep. And I would be a lot more comfortable with Strus. I'd be a lot more comfortable with Caleb Martin out there on a night when Duncan Robinson is shooting 2 for 10. And so I think at this point, it's got to be, all right, you roll out there with the starting lineup, keep that as it is, but also understand that starting might end up being the only minutes that you play through the entire game if you're not hitting. And I'd be perfectly fine with that.
And yet the way the rotation worked out yesterday, which is why this is also a concern of mine, and Clay, you brought that up and it's a very good point. If Caleb Martin wasn't out with the hyperextended left knee, I'm not so sure that Max Strus ever gets in that game.
That's true.
Because Gabe Vincent starts the second half in place of Jimmy Butler. They've been using him as the placeholder. You know that Eric Spoelstra likes to keep his rotation in order and just slide a guy in there. But I think when Max got the call, that would have been the natural spot for Caleb Martin to come in and give his hustle minutes instead. Not the three-point shooter, of course, that Max Strus is, but more of a two-way player also. So when we're conjuring our rotations, I think Caleb Martin has made himself an absolute must-play somewhere in your rotation. Eric Spoelstra then was highly complimentary of what Markieff Morris did last night, including a small
and
ball
by the way,
lineup.
he looked much better last night than he did in game one.
Yeah, well, you know what? After 58 games off, you might come back, a little less than whole. Then you get a couple of days off. Then you get into a rhythm. Here's another interesting point about the sort of the Clay Ferraro rotation plans and all of that. Could it be, Clay, and no one 2-3 weeks ago thought of it this way, that Markieff Morris winds up, of the two, of he and Victor Oladipo, being the guy who gets more rotation minutes in the playoff rotation? Could it simply be that Markieff, from where he was to where he is now, is able to make it back quicker than the guy who had the surgery in May, who's being limited to 15 to 16 minutes a game? I mean, so far, if you're talking about body of work, only 2 games from Markieff, about 5 games so far from 4 games from Victor Oladipo. I think that's going to be interesting also. Victor Oladipo is not a core culture heat guy that you've sweated blood and tears with for so long. He's a guy you added along the way. I don't think there's the loyalty specifically to either Vic or to Markieff that if Eric Spoelstra has to hold one out, that's what it's going to be. We all have these great hopes for Victor Oladipo. And I do need to see one thing, Clay. I need to see the monitor removed. I need to see the one Victor Oladipo game where it's this: play as many minutes as you want. Yeah. Get into a rhythm. Whether it's we're giving Kyle off tonight, we're giving Tyler a break, Jimmy's not going to be able to play for a week or something like that. I don't know if Victor Oladipo is ready for that. I don't think he is ready for that now. But until we have a game like that, there were no minutes restrictions last night on Markieff Morris. He simply played what was needed out of Markieff Morris, had a pretty damn good game. But we knew with Vic that eventually, after 8 minutes in the second half, he was coming out regardless of what happens. Can Victor Oladipo get back to regular rotation minutes in games that still matter before the playoffs? Or else that's going to be a significant question. No matter what Vic was 2 years ago in Indiana, no matter what Vic could be, it's in the moment right now. And after last night's game, if we're doing report cards or something like that, it looks like if we're with Big O with this cryptocurrency, I'm probably buying more of Markieff Morris than I am buying Victor Oladipo right now because of what I've seen so far.
Well, and what I said before Vic even came back was he was going to have to prove that he was better and more worthy of minutes than Caleb Martin. And it's not, we're talking about Markieff Morris versus Victor Oladipo, but that's going to be more matchup based. It's going to be more situational. If you need a big out there, clearly Morris is the guy who's going to go out there and he's going to give you the tough minutes against those guys inside. If you need a wing player, Victor Oladipo is going to need to prove, assuming Caleb Martin is fully healthy, and thankfully that hyperextended knee that looked much worse than the diagnosis ultimately was. As long as he's good to go, man, what he's shown you on a consistent basis, it's like that first game for Oladipo was a supernova. But man, the star between the two, the consistent star, if you're comparing the two, has been Caleb Martin, and it's somebody that I think the floor of what he's going to bring night in and night out. And he's somebody who's going to bring that athletic ability. He's not going to have, we don't think, the concerns and try to make up for whatever injury might be there. With Vic, you still need to see it. You need to see him 100% confident in his body. And I thought we saw that in game one, but you need to see how that manifests itself moving forward. So I'm with you. And I think it was not fair to expect Victor Oladipo's progress to be linear, like for him to go out there game one and play really well, and then the next game he gets even better and better. But at the same time, I think those expectations had been set based on who we had seen before. And if you're comparing him so far and what we've seen in his short sample size versus what we've seen from Caleb Martin throughout the season, I don't think you could take Caleb Martin off the floor and take him out of that rotation. So we need to see more from Vic down the stretch in order to give him those minutes in crunch time against the better teams in the NBA come playoff time. But if he doesn't, I think you got a really good, safe backup option in Caleb Martin. And when I say safe, you have somebody who may be an even better player at his best than what we've seen from Oladipo so
and
far.
Clay, maybe it's as simple as this. Maybe on this team, the way the rotation currently is right now, Victor Oladipo can't be Victor Oladipo. And by that, what I mean is Victor Oladipo is a high usage player. The ball in Indiana was in his hands a lot. The ball, even during his brief tenure in Houston when he had his best games, was in his hands a lot. Victor Oladipo is not only coming in now with the second unit, but he's coming in with the second unit that features Tyler Herro, who might be, honestly, the highest heat usage player in those minutes since Dwayne Wade. The ball is always in his hands. Victor Oladipo off the ball, it's sort of like you're taking away half his magical powers.
Right.
He's not the same player. Victor Oladipo spotting up for three-point shots is not the Victor Oladipo game. He has never been a great or even a good three-point shooter. He's a different player. So again, is there a moment when you can cast Victor Oladipo in that, here's the ball, do the Oladipo? Probably not playing alongside Tyler. Tyler has usurped that responsibility, and he's been outstanding in it. So I think that's why we're not seeing the best of Vic. Markieff, on the other hand, has always played as a secondary player, has always played off of other players. One of my Ask Ira questions today was, when is Erik Spoelstra finally going to call plays for Victor Oladipo? Clay, why should he call plays for Victor Oladipo? Erik Spoelstra's concern is calling plays for Jimmy Butler, for Tyler Herro, for Kyle Lowry, for Bam Adebayo. That's his priorities right now. Now, if Tyler Herro was starting, maybe this is something we get into instead of Duncan Robinson, and then Victor Oladipo came in with nothing but supporting players. If he came into the second unit with a Dwayne Dedmon and a Gabe Vincent and a Max Strus and a Caleb Martin, yeah, you're damn well sure I want the ball in his hands, and maybe we'll see more of that Indiana all-NBA, all-star type of player, but that's not what this team is set up for right now. This team was not set up for Victor Oladipo to be the best Victor Oladipo, because he's just a bit part here. He's just a complementary players who, when you cast them as complementary players, they're completely different than their career resume. Some can adjust, and some go Westbrook. So it's just a matter of, can you deal? Russell Westbrook owned the offense at the end of last season. With Beal's injuries and just with the Wizards, they desperately need him. He was a triple-double machine. The Wizards won. Then Russell Westbrook goes to the Lakers when Anthony Davis is healthy. They have LeBron there. He's not the guy anymore. That's a hard transition. That's why I'm not so sure of Victor Oladipo's future, because you and I have been talking for weeks. Come this offseason, he'd have two major perimeter decisions. I'm not even getting to Caleb Martin. Tyler Herro's rookie scale extension, a Bam Adebayo-like number, And what are they going to do with Victor Oladipo? Could it be in the dark recesses of 601 Biscayne Boulevard, in Pat Riley's office, with the shades pulled, and Andy Ellisberg and Nick Harrison and Adam Simon in there, they've just come to the realization, we're paying Tyler. We're probably going to pay something in the Tyler Johnson range for Caleb Martin. God bless Vic. Let's go say all the right things through our mouthpiece, Eric Spoelstra. But the reality is that battle has been won. When it comes to the big lumps of cash the Heat are going to spend, they're going to Tyler Herro this offseason. So maybe this whole Vic thing is a wonderful story, but maybe it's to be continued with another team.
I would say this too. What I would like to see the Heat do a little bit more of, and you know, to your point about having more ball dominant guys on the floor, it's okay if you're going to have that, then treat it as a positive and go matchup hunting. Because that's the one thing that I'm not sure that I've seen enough from the Heat so far this season. And we see it a lot when teams play against the Heat. Guys are going up against, they're hunting Duncan Robinson. They're going to hunt Tyler Herro when he's on the floor. And it's going to get worse in the playoffs. So I guess my question is, if you've got somebody like Vic, who you can play, who is ball dominant, who still has, man, that first step is still really quick. He's not going to, but this gets back to your point as far as being the ball dominant player. He needs the ball in his hand for that first step to really matter unless he's slashing. So why, if you're going to have both of them on the floor, don't just always make it automatic Tyler Herro. Go and find who their worst defender is and ISO whoever has the ball.
I disagree with you for this reason. The way the NBA is being defended these days, you can almost get any pick and roll switch you want. This goes back to the Lakers and the Warriors championship series, where the Lakers would get Steph on the ball. The Warriors would try to do the same against the weaker Cavaliers defender and play it that way also, Cavaliers Warriors, when they were in those 4 straight NBA finals. So, Clay, if I can run a pick and roll, maybe with Dwayne Dedmon, and get my preferred defender on there or another wing, why wouldn't you run it every time for Tyler Herro? Why wouldn't you cast your future to your 6th Man of the Year award winner, arguably a guy who probably should be in the race also for most improved player? You run your pick and rolls for the best players. The Lakers aren't saying, you know what, Westbrook used to do this really well. LeBron, you get out of the way. We're going to run for this Westbrook kid instead. You play to your best players. The NBA, for as much as we talk about 5 men on a string and sharing the ball in a beautiful game, has become a pick and roll to death until Donovan Mitchell with the Utah Jazz gets the pick and roll option of his defender, where the Heat runs that with their starting unit as well, and where you're probably looking at Tyler Herro. I would say this. Of all the players for Victor Oladipo to play us alongside on the Miami Heat, the toughest one for his individual success, not the Heat success, but his individual success, might be playing alongside Tyler Herro. And you know what? Screw it. I got to win. And to Tyler Herro as a 17-point second quarter guy, I'm not saying when Tyler's rolling through 17 points in his second quarter or 21 in the second quarter against Houston, but we haven't gotten Vic any touches yet. That's not fair.
No,
to
I
Vic.
agree.
This
I
isn't
get
youth
that.
soccer.
I get that.
Not everyone's going to get their snacks.
Okay, so after the break, I want to attack this question then. If that's the case, then should Tyler Herro move into the starting lineup? We're going to get to that and a lot more, plus the upcoming schedule, and see what's on the pipe for the Heat. That's coming up next right here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Home Stretch here on Inside the Paint. Please make sure to drop your questions, your comments. Please hit that like button. Does us a huge favor every time you do it. So, Ira, we teased this before the break. Should Tyler Herro replace Duncan Robinson in the starting lineup?
No, no, and no for this reason, and the three no's are there for a reason also. In the starting lineup, you have Jimmy Butler, you have Bam Adebayo, you have Kyle Lowry. You have three players who also need to eat. So if they are being fed, you're not going to get Tyler Herro's 21 points in the second quarter against the Rockets. Tyler Herro's 17 points in the second quarter in last night's victory over the Pistons. The usage, like we mentioned with Victor Oladipo, simply wouldn't be there. He wouldn't have the opportunities. Now, I also think what happens when you do that, Jimmy will defer because Jimmy loves him some Tyler Tuesday. So any playoff game on a Tuesday, the ball goes to Tyler. Kyle, who barely shoots at all these days, loves to defer also. We saw a 2-1-0 fast break last night. Jimmy fed ahead to Kyle. He stopped the drive, fed ahead to Jimmy. He preferred to get the assist and let Jimmy have the basket. And you know you want to try to get Bam going early because it impacts Bam late in the game also. So when you have those three factors in play, Clay, I just don't think Tyler Herro wouldn't be able to do what he does. Now, the only way I would change that is if Victor Oladipo was so dynamic off the bench that you're getting Tyler 2.0, so it doesn't matter as much. I've seen him mention a bunch of places today on various Twitter accounts. Are they moving toward what you and I mentioned the previous segment when Kendrick Nunn starts the season, they go to their playoff lineup? I don't think so, and I also think it'll almost be like opponents hunting for Duncan Robinson early. We know Duncan Robinson's early foul trouble. Well, that turned into Tyler Herro early foul trouble. Mm-hmm. One thing when Duncan gets too early, whatever. Just bring in a better player. Bring in Caleb Martin, bring in someone else. But if Tyler gets targeted by the star players on the other team who aren't on the bench when Tyler typically is playing now, that becomes really problematic also. Tyler Herro with 2 fouls in the first 4 minutes of the game entirely changes the Tyler Herro equation.
So it would probably make your bench fit better. I mean, you would have Victor Oladipo, Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin. You have Duncan Robinson, who's a shooter, doesn't need to have the ball in his hands. He can come off screens, do things like that. And you have Oladipo being the guy who's ball dominant, Caleb Martin being your tough defender. Maybe that fits better. But when you're doing that at the risk of ruining the fit on the starting lineup, then that becomes a problem. And so I think for everybody asking the question about this, and I know there are a lot of people, the plugging in somebody like Strus would make a little bit more sense. Or if you want to go with the stronger defensive lineup, plug in somebody like Caleb Martin. And then all of a sudden, man, you got a tough starting lineup defensively. They can kind of
but
keep
you have the
teams
space
down.
But all of a sudden, are you spacing the floor anymore? No one's
space.
respecting Caleb
So then
Martin the way they are respecting.
So then we come back to, look, the greatest course of action, or the path of least resistance here, the one that makes the most sense, as much as everybody wants to figure out what's wrong and try to make lineup changes and come up with it. The bottom line is that if Duncan Robinson is hitting, if he starts off 3 for 3, then he has a real problem for defensive teams when they're trying to figure out, okay, do we give him even more gravity and then open up the inside for somebody like Lowry, somebody like Butler? When he's on, then he's absolutely worth. But when he's not, that's when you make the adjustment. You don't make the adjustment ahead of time. I think everybody's looking for ways to fix this. But the bottom line is the fix is Duncan makes shots. And if he doesn't, then the fix comes in game. And that's when you start to make that adjustment. People don't want to hear that. People want to make these big moves before the game even starts. But the bottom line is that when somebody is out there and he's proving his worth on the floor, it doesn't make sense to pull him off. But when he's not, then that's when you make the move, and it's got to be a game-by-game thing.
The problem with that is that Duncan Robinson is also the kind of player who could start 0 for 3 on threes and finish 5 of 9. And it's always been from Erik Spoelstra, you keep shooting until you're making. But if you're entering with the pressure that if you take 3 early threes, you darn well better make at least 1 and hopefully 2, or you're not playing, that also could sort of change the approach from Duncan Robinson, where all of a sudden the pressure is there right from the get-go to produce or not play. Luke Babbitt knew the pressure was there from the get-go because he was Luke Babbitt and he wasn't going to play anyway.
True.
There were some games he'd open 2 for 2 on threes. It didn't matter. They were going to get to what they wanted to get to. Clay, I think a lot of this will be matchup-based. A lot of this will be, can we get the right defenders on the other team's stars so that we can succeed? So with the Nets, it'll be, can we get the right defenders on Kevin Durant, whoever that might be, the right defenders on Kyrie Irving? The feeling might be, we're going to try that PJ Tucker thing again on Durant. And because of that, we still have Jimmy or Kyle who can defend Kyrie. So you go a little bit more in that direction. I think it's going to be more matchup-based as well. I know you shouldn't play to your opposition. And as the number 1 seed in the conference, it should be come get us. But this conference has been so close and so equally balanced. And so many players have been in and out that I can't sit here and definitively tell you today, in mid-March, that the Heat are definitively better than the Bucks. They're not. Definitively better than the new-look 76ers with James Harden. They're not. Definitively better when the Bulls get Lonzo Ball and now Alex Caruso is already back. They're not. This is very even. It's going to be very tactical on Erik Spoelstra, but it's also going to be how does he get his best players in the mix, because he's going to need his best players, because it's not going to be a willy-nilly 9 or 10 deep. You can't afford that. It's not like you make an agreement with the other coach. Erik Spoelstra spoke about this in the bubble when they were all together there in Disney or before preseason games. Okay, this is what we're going to do. We're going to do X and Y early and then ABC late, and then you'll do it also. This is trying to pick at the other team's scabs and see what you can do, and the Heat have to minimize those potential inflection points of risk.
Now, here's the good news when it comes to that. Erik Spoelstra and this staff have proven that they're really, really good at that.
Yes.
In the playoffs. And when it becomes tactical, but there is that moment where talent takes over. And I think that's the question that everybody's wondering right now. And it goes back to the beginning of this show, which is if Jimmy Butler is Jimmy Butler, if he's the Jimmy Butler from the bubble a couple of years ago, I feel really confident about where this team is. If he's the Jimmy Butler that we saw last year against the Bucks, if he's the Jimmy Butler that we've seen many times during the regular season so far this year, then you start to get concerned that when it gets to the point where it's talent versus talent, you don't have the talent to stack up with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant. You don't have the talent to stack up with Giannis Antetokounmpo, Chris Middleton, and Drew Holiday, who I have watched multiple times this year, once against the Heat, saw him do it against Phoenix last week. That big three, they've done it in the playoff. So I need to see that before I'm more confident in this team moving forward as far as being definitively better. But again, the good news is we've seen that this staff can pull out the best in this team when it gets down to it.
So the question becomes this, is how much does coaching make a difference? Does Erik Spoelstra's advantage over Steve Nash negate, let's say, Kevin Durant's advantage over Jimmy Butler, or Kyrie Irving's advantage over Kyle Lowry. That's the thing is a lot of people are pointing to, but they have Spoelstra. That's Big O's thing, that they're going to win because of the coaching matchup. It's really going to be matchup based. You mentioned Jimmy Butler. If the Heat play the Milwaukee Bucks, Jimmy Butler will not score because the Bucks have a way of keeping Jimmy from scoring. Right. If the Heat play against the Nets, Jimmy Butler has to score because he has to involve extensively Kevin Durant on the other end, maybe even drawing him into foul trouble to help offset the other end of the court also. Again, all matchup driven.
So if you play Milwaukee, who is it then? Does it have to be Bam and Tyler?
It has to be more Bam. It's interesting now. Brook Lopez is back. Brook Lopez has been out all season with that back injury. The way he played the drop coverage against Bam, the way they dominated inside, we haven't seen that in the season series because of Brook Lopez being out. So I don't know. It has to be him. Maybe it is more Tyler. Maybe in that lineup, you do start Tyler because you need it from the get-go because they're going to prioritizing as they have shutting it on Jimmy Butler, or maybe they then move one of their prime defenders to Tyler and Jimmy gets a little bit more freedom of movement against that length in the lane again against Milwaukee. So again, Erik Spoelstra, remember people, the Heat's regular season ends on April 10th because they're not in the play-in. They've almost clinched that. They've clinched the play-in berth. They've almost clinched now what the NBA is calling a playoff berth, top 6. You will have off between April 10th and at least April 16th to go ahead and make your plans. The problem is, as a number 1 or 2 seed, you won't know your opponent until possibly that Thursday. But if you wind up knowing your opponent ahead of time and have time to plan, I think there will be distinct Miami Heat approaches against each individual opponent. It won't be, this is our package. This is who we are. Great teams can do that. The Heat's big 3 could do that. It's come after us. Everyone, we take on all comers. This is going to be a very strategic approach to the playoffs where it's almost like in the different rounds of the baseball playoffs. You know how they have certain players who are active and certain players who aren't active in each series, and they change their pitching rotations and their DHs, things like that. I think you'll see that a lot more in this year's playoffs.
Yeah, and so if you look at these matchups, I think it's becoming more and more apparent that the number 1 seed is vital. And you're right that you won't know who your opponent is. But to me, Ira, I can't see a world where the Brooklyn Nets are in a 7-8 game and they lose that game. I can't see Brooklyn, because Brooklyn's going to want that rest too. I mean, they're going to play that 7-8 game.
Can I give you the scenario there, Clay?
Sure.
I think by the time the playoffs start, Kyrie Irving, because of the cockamamie law and the unreasonableness in New York, will be changed. He'll be playing home games. If the Nets open the playoffs in Toronto, Ontario has shown to be by far of U.S. Sports League the most stringent province, state, and certainly Toronto is a city. Right now, it looks like Toronto is going to finish 7th and Brooklyn's going to finish 8th. If that's the case, the Nets are going into Toronto, into Ontario, without Kyrie Irving. Are you telling me with Toronto's lineup, with Pascal Siakam playing as well as he is, with Fred VanVleet playing at an all-star level, with Nick Nurse being a great coach, and with the Nets without Kyrie Irving, are you telling me, Clay Ferraro, that you don't think the Raptors can win that 7-8 game?
Against Kevin Durant?
Only Kevin Durant and James Johnson and Goran Dragic and Andre Drummond and Steph Curry.
Well, but I think, I mean, we would assume Ben Simmons would be back by then, right?
Oh, but what has he shown us in Ben? Remember, this is game 7 for Ben Simmons in game 1 because that's a must-win game for Brooklyn when they go up there. Because again, people, this is how the play-in works. Number 7 hosts number 8. The winner of that game gets number 7. In the scenario we just painted, it would be Toronto. If that's the case, the loser of the 7-8 game plays the winner of the 9-10 game. Let's assume in the play-in, number 9 is Atlanta. It looks that way. Number 10 is Charlotte because Washington stinks. Atlanta beats Charlotte in that play-in game at home. I think you'd agree with that, Clay, right? If Atlanta hosts Charlotte in the 9-10 game, Atlanta wins, right?
Yes.
Okay. The Nets have just lost in Toronto, much to the Heat's consternation. Erik Spoelstra is having the watch party on that Thursday night. The Nets are hosting the Hawks. I mean, Trae Young can easily go off for a 50-burger in that game and possibly lift the Hawks. So the Nets, I think, are going to be at risk with 2 must-win games in that scenario. Ben Simmons, nice guy to have on your team when you're up 1-0 in a playoff series. But in game 7, we've seen that guy shrink already in that situation. So what I'm saying is I think there's very much a scenario where the Nets would lose the 7-8 game and the number 2 seed would be, We got us some Toronto, Milwaukee, or Philadelphia. And the Heat are like, oh, man, this is Allen Houston and the Knicks all over again.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, Eric Spoelstra would call Nate McMillan and go, Nate, you've always been my favorite coach. Here's my playbook. Here's what I would do. If you want, I could fly up to Atlanta and even guide your team through practice. Or otherwise, the Nets wind up at number 8. And Clay, keep this in mind also. The Nets right now are the favorite to come out of the Eastern Conference still and win the conference and advance to the finals. So, of course, they would be favored against the Heat in the first round. If you're the conference favorite, you're going to be the favorite. So the Heat can wind up in the situation. They're the number 1 seed in the Eastern Conference, 4 out of 7 at home at FTX Arena, and they're the underdog. I'm not trying to be negative here, people. I'm not trying to drive you away. I'm just saying that this season
it's being
has a reality like few other seasons.
Caddyshack, great or good. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate that. Canes, the Heat do not want to play the Raptors or the Nets in the playoffs. The Raptors concern you because of the length, and I get that. And also, man, Fred VanVleet has been hitting the big shots late. You give him credit for that. I wouldn't put them in quite the same category as Milwaukee, as Brooklyn, as Philadelphia, as Boston. Like I put them in that next tier. It's not that you would enjoy playing them, but I think if you're picking between them and any one of those 4 teams,
and Clay, when the Heat play Toronto, the Heat will have the best player on the court in Jimmy Butler. I think they would. We can argue that, but I think they would.
They'd have the second best in Bam.
In those other matchups, they wouldn't have the single best player.
Yeah.
Durant would be the best player. You can make an argument, of course, that Giannis would be, that Joel Embiid would be, that maybe DeMar DeRozan, this season's DeMar DeRozan, might be, that Jason Tatum might be. There's not a lot of matchups where the Heat will have the definitive best player. They would against Toronto. Might not even against the Hawks with Trae Young out there. That's why I think that would be a more favorable matchup. Plus, Nick Nurse has played his guys to death. He has played guys 40 minutes a game, played 6-man rotations. We've seen that. I'm not fearing Precious Achiuwa off the bench in the playoffs. It's just a different look team. It's going to be interesting. I am doing so much scoreboard watching. I am trying to get the Nets to the number 6 spot. So they play number 3, but I'm really having trouble working. They are up 2-1 on Cleveland in the season series. They have 1 game left, so they can win that season series. But you're talking about picking up 4 games in the standings with 12 left. It's not the easiest of math right there. That even if Cleveland goes 6-6, that you're talking like 10-2 by Brooklyn with most of those games without Kyrie.
So Ira's waving his Rangers flag on one side, his Brooklyn Nets flag on the other, really trying to bring those New York teams to the finish line. All right, guys, thanks so much. This hour flew by. We appreciate it. We see you next week right here on Inside the Paint.
You've been listening to Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's, properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button. When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today, 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make a difference. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome aboard. Welcome back. We are ready to rock and roll. Hope you all are doing well out there on a beautiful Wednesday. Nice job by the boys. And nice job by Sean Stanley, as always, getting it done. Good hour of NBA and Miami Heat talk, mostly Miami Heat today. It's interesting, right? Because they're winning, but you have concerns with the Heat. And for me, you know, I've been concerned from the get-go with the extensions that they gave, the extension they gave Jimmy, and obviously Kyle, the contract. And I worry about the back end of those contracts, but really it's all about this year now. And you got to try to keep them healthy. And I don't know what's going to happen, how Spo manages all of this. And do you limit the minutes that you give Jimmy Butler? You know, I don't know. Is that what you do? Do you limit those minutes? Because he's so injury prone right now and his body breaks down a lot. And I know he stepped on somebody's foot last night. I saw it. But it's just, if it's not one thing, it's another. And you just worry about the wear and tear. I always laugh when, you know, people sometimes used to say, oh, well, how many minutes he played and this and that, and he didn't play that as many minutes as people think. There's something called practice. And Tom Thibodeau burned you out in practice, and he burned you out on the court. Pat Riley, the same thing. You know, Pat Riley back in the day, it's not all about what you did that night on the court. It's about the 3-hour practice you had also. Okay, so there's wear and tear on that body. Big time. And so you worry about it. And listen, I've been talking about the Duncan Robinson thing, and I know the guys brought it up. And I know I'm kind of talking about some of the things they talked about on the show there. I've been talking about this for a while now. Duncan Robinson needs to go to the bench. The only reason he's starting is because you gave him $90 million. But he's a liability on defense. You have a couple players on the bench that are better than him defensively. And this year, they've been better than him consistently on offense. So maybe Duncan Robinson needs to be humbled and needs to be sent to the bench. And maybe Robinson, along with Tyler, become a spark off the bench. You know, Tyler is already. I watch Strus, and I keep saying there's moxie there. Cojones. You know what I mean? I don't see that from Duncan. I see a finesse shooter. You know what I mean? I don't see Dale Ellis. I lost some of you young people out there. I don't see PJ Tucker. Okay? What I mean by that is a tough son of a bitch that is going to hit shots no matter what. And in key moments and because he's got to play defense or because the game gets hairy or whatever, the consistency is there all the time. Toughness. And I see that from Strus. I don't see that from Duncan Robinson. It's a problem. It's a major problem, man. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I think you've got to kind of measure what the hell is going on there with the Miami Heat and Duncan Robinson. And going into the playoffs, that will be magnified. Because if you're a liability on offense and you are a liability on defense, then how does that help you out? I watch Strus and I say that's the Strus is on the loose. By the way, the reverse layup he had in the lane last night by Strus, I got to tell you, I like it, man. I like that kid. I like it. You should start him. That's who you should start, and don't justify it because of the salary. And that's kind of what's been going on for a little too long right now. That's kind of where I would disagree. And it's hard to disagree with anything which expose the man. But we could disagree with every coach, even the greatest ones in the business. Now, there are moments where, you can decide something else, So I think that this is where you got to start. And by the way, you also start getting him in a groove for the playoffs with the starting lineup. And you get Duncan in a groove coming off the bench. You know what I mean? And if he doesn't come off the bench hot, then you start using some of the other guys. But you've given him the entire they have played 70 games already. Remember when we were talking about the first week with Duncan or the first month with Duncan? Well, let's give it time. There's 70 games that have been played, ladies and gentlemen. More than enough time. More than enough time. All right. So nice job by them. Nice job by Strus. He got loose and led them in that 105-98 win last night against the Pistons. That was nice. They're 46-24. That's the thing. They're 22 games over 500, that's the amazing part. Depot did play 16 minutes, quiet game, 2 points, 2 assists, all of that. Herro had 29 points off the bench. He's just been an absolute monster, man. You really got to love what Herro has done. He has absolutely blossomed. He is a full-fledged all-star player. Period. End of story. And whatever contract he gets, he deserves. Because now he's playing like what you thought he could be coming off that bubble. And, he didn't do it. And so you got to love how he bounced back in 1 year and figured it out and said, nah, this is not how it's going to be. We're going to turn things around. And I love it. By the way, Ian Rapoport will be joining us any minute now. We should be joining him. Let's see. Okay, I guess we gotta send him another one there. Another invite or something. I guess. See if we can get it to him there. What's it called? Sean, if we can get him a link there and hopefully get him on. I know he told me, hey, did you send me, he just sent me a text. Did you send me the link? And he's looking for the link right now. So we'll get Rapoport on now in a second here. Hopefully we'll get him there and we'll talk a little NFL. All right, let's see. Duncan has shown he does not have it at the start of the season. It was a wait and see attitude. We waited, and now we have seen. Yep. Carlos, that would be pretty accurate right there. All right, we promised you we're going to take our look around the NFL, our Sloman's look around the NFL with Ian Rapoport. That's next.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL.
But in the end, Stephen Ross decided that, he needed to make a decision that these two couldn't work well together, and he chose the GM, not the head coach.
It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rapoport.
Not 100% Jacoby Brissett or not 100% Tua. And he chose a not 100% Tua after watching the offense struggle mightily with Brissett, who was not very good.
In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rapoport.
All righty, there he is. He's got the tie on today for us and everything. Right, you going on?
Some of us need to work today,
Yeah, exactly. That's right. Some of us can't slack around and just do a show every day from their house and just hang out, right? Yeah, exactly. Come on, give me a break. Not all of us can have a lit up Eiffel Tower in the back behind us here. You know what I mean? So that's life for us here. All right. So let me ask you, you still live in the Dallas area?
No, I live in New York, actually.
Oh, you live in New York. Okay. All right. You still following the Cowboys much? Because I know that was like your old stomping grounds and all that stuff back in the day.
I mean, I would say I follow everyone. I mean, there's always a critical eye on the Cowboys because they're so important. Always so important in the NFL, and there's so many storylines there. But yeah, I would say I follow them pretty closely.
Okay, so give the Dolphin Nation around the world your assessment of Connor Williams and Cedric Wilson, two guys they picked up from the Cowboys. They needed offensive line help.
Yeah.
They got a young guy there, and I think they got their slot guy. I think they're going to move Waddle to the outside now. That's what I'm thinking. You tell me how you read it.
Yeah, I mean, I would say for Cedric, really good, talented player, young, certainly has not reached his potential yet. It was interesting to me. The comparison I got was not to really any of the receivers that we sort of think about. It was to Deebo Samuel. And I know the skill set isn't exactly the same, but that was my understanding. And that's what they told him when signing him is we're going to move you all around. We're going to play you. We're going to play you like Deebo Samuel, and we're going to take advantage of your talents. That is kind of fun. And I think what the Dolphins are doing, we all expected kind of a big splash. Maybe they get one. Maybe they sign a left tackle. I think that would be probably a big splash. But I feel like what they're doing is just getting Mike McDaniel his pieces, his little different chess pieces to move around the offense. I like what I've seen. I think Connor Williams is fine. It was a totally fine deal. It was probably a little more than the Cowboys were willing to do, even though he was a significant draft pick for them. I think they probably moved on from him and were fine doing it. But I think for the Dolphins, when you need offensive line help, sometimes you got to pay a little more than you want, and that's okay. Got to make sure Tua is secure. Got to make sure you can run your offense. To pay a little more at that spot is fine by me.
Yeah, and you talk about Cedric Wilson, and we kind of looked at Chase Edmonds also in that kind of Deebo Samuel thing. So is Mike McDaniel the offensive mastermind behind the scenes? Could it be that those both guys may play that?
Yeah.
Because really, there is no Deebo Samuel. You really can't find another one like that. So is he maybe going to say, you know what, we're going to use multiple people in that Deebo Samuel role?
Well, I think a couple of things. One, and we talked about this before, but I think Mike McDaniel really is kind of the mastermind behind Kyle, and he has been. I mean, he was the reason I found out just literally who he was because everyone's like, you got to meet the guy behind the guy, and he's really the one who Kyle leans on. And I'm like, well, I don't know who Mike McDaniel was, and he took him with him everywhere, and he was, I think, at this point, a quality control guy. And I'm like, I have no idea who this is, but I guess I should meet him because everyone talks about him. So yes, he is kind of the mastermind. He is going to move guys around. There are some players in the NFL who people say you got to have a plan for them, right? I think Deebo is one of those players. everyone is looking for the next Deebo Samuel. I think the Jacksonville Jaguars thought they had that with Laviska Shenault. Is he? Is he not? I don't know. It's possible, but I don't know. I think with Mike McDaniel, he has done a really good job of saying, all right, these guys that I need to have a plan for, I have a plan for, and I can develop a plan for. And I think that, I think that is really an important thing. And I don't know what the Dolphins offense is going to look like, but my guess is the focus is going to be on getting the ball in the hands of the really good players and giving them space. That's it. I think and if they do that, I think that's fine.
There are still tackles available. What are you hearing about the Dolphins in the market for a tackle? Or, by the way, I really like J.C. Tretter. Uh-oh. You got to break something?
Yeah, I do have to break something. Yeah.
Break it, bro. Break it. You want to come back to us? You want to come back
to
us?
No, it's all right. No,
you can do it right here? Okay. All right. All right. Go ahead. Do your thing. Do your thing.
No, that's right. Sorry, I'm good. There was a tweet that I was waiting on that where'd you go? Hold on.
Remember, we talked about this. I mentioned this to you when we were talking about this. I go, don't worry about it, bro. I know what's gonna happen.
I appreciate it.
I got you, man. I got you. So they need a tackle, but also J.C. Tretter became available. They also need a center. Dieter would be a nice guy to compete for center, but compete for guard and backup center, actually, instead of your starting center. So are you hearing that the Dolphins are going after one of the tackles that are available left? And what about J.C. Tretter now in the market for him right now? Because that seems like a money thing in Cleveland more than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, I would say for Tretter, he's really going to have his pick. I mean, there's just not a lot of guys available who are good leaders, hard-nosed dudes, smart, who can really run the show. I mean, Tretter is going to have, I think, a really good market. And we'll see where he ends up, but certainly that's someone. I think the Dolphins would make a lot of sense. Also, there's the draft, so I think you'd always like to show up your holes in free agency, but if you have to fill one or two during the draft, I think that's not a big deal. But yeah, offensive line is always a big spot. It's always important, and I would think they're going to continue to work there. Sorry, don't mind me. My phone is blowing up.
Shocker. The tackle part. Are you hearing Miami into Teron Armstead, Morgan Moses, any of these cats that are available out there at tackle?
Morgan Moses signing with the Baltimore Ravens. Right. He got a 3-year, $15 million deal. Sorry, everyone's texting me now. You got a 3-year, $15 million. This is like, doing anything during free agency is difficult. But this is what it is. This is my life. It's whatever. And then, I think the tackle market has sort of been held up by Teron Armstead, and there's definitely questions about whether or not Teron Armstead would go back to New Orleans. I think, I think there's questions about whether or not Teron Armstead would be back in New Orleans. And, I think if Deshaun Watson goes there, then I would say there's probably a good bet. So sometimes what happens is if the top guy doesn't go, everyone else in the market is waiting. Same thing. I'd say the same thing with the pass rushers. Von Miller and Chandler Jones haven't gone. There's a long list of pass rushers that are really just waiting to sign.
All right. So what happens with Watson? What are you hearing with Watson? Because first there was talk there was only 2 teams that he was talking to, and then all of a sudden the Browns and others are getting involved. So what's going on with Deshaun Watson? Who are the lead dogs?
Well, the lead dogs are, I would still say the New Orleans Saints are in a really good spot, but Deshaun Watson is going to meet with the Atlanta Falcons today. They have an offer in to Deshaun Watson. They have a meeting today. So I would say that is certainly a development, and they have Matt Ryan. They have not, they have not yet converted Matt Ryan's salary. They agreed to do it. It is not put into the system. And this is all like technical mumbo jumbo, but basically what it means is they can trade Matt Ryan if they want to. So that makes it interesting. And, for Deshaun Watson, I think that would be going home. That's close to home. It's certainly interesting. It's all the NFC South teams. So, the Texans are going to get their pick, I would say.
Ian, I know sometimes you know more than you can say at times. So let me just ask it this way. Should the Dolphin Nation be rooting for Deshaun Watson to go to Atlanta? Because if he goes to New Orleans, clearly Armstead's going to stay. But if he goes to Atlanta, is there a better chance that Miami, the Dolphins, could get Teron Armstead? And are they in the mix for Teron Armstead as he waits for Deshaun Watson?
I don't know definitively that they're in the mix, but I would expect them to be in the mix. And yeah, I would say for Miami Dolphins, if you're hoping for a franchise left tackle, that would make some sense. Certainly would. So yeah, I mean, I think for the Dolphins, him going to New Orleans would make sense. For everyone else, I don't know. It's tough to see because you're getting a really good quarterback on a really good team. All those teams have good defenses. All those teams have good defensive coordinators. I would say, certainly that's something that everyone's going to be watching, but what you're rooting for, that's probably tough to know. Eric Fisher, another top left tackle out there, I would expect him to go probably after Teron Armstead does.
All right. Ian Rapoport joining us here on the Sloman's Look Around the NFL. Ian, obviously the decision for damn it, now I'm losing my train of thought here. The decision, this is a little bit off the beaten path from free agency with Stephen Ross and the league and everything going on with Brian Flores. And the league obviously has to be aware of all of this if there was any pay for lose thing. All of a sudden now, Westgate is coming out with a complaint about the Tom Brady retirement. They think word was getting out and people were making bets knowing that he was coming back. And so now Westgate wants the NFL to kind of look into this. So now we have two different situations. How concerned should the league be about these kind of things, and how aggressively should they approach at trying to squash this kind of stuff? Because I'll give the NBA a lot of credit. They attack things and make it go away quickly.
Yeah.
The NFL, it seems to linger a lot of this stuff for a long time. This is the kind of stuff you don't want lingering.
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is kind of uncharted territory for the NFL. I mean, I'd be curious. I don't know for sure they're going to investigate, but I'll be curious if they will. Sorry, I'm just getting more messages.
Good, bro. You don't have to apologize. We know what you're doing. It's all good, baby. It's all good.
So, yeah, I mean, insider information, access to it, what people do with it. It's all going to be kind of the next territory for the NFL, how to attack it, what to do with it, So, and I would say I'm going to be curious just to follow how the NFL handles this, because if someone had inside information on Tom Brady's retirement, first of all, who could that be? Who would know? Second of all, what are the ramifications? And what if it happens about games? So the NFL is all in on the gambling world now. I think it's, certainly important. And I'm really kind of all eyes and see how they handle this. And now I better run so I don't miss any more phone calls. And I really apologize.
Yeah. Get the hell out of here. We'll talk to you next week, my brother. I appreciate you taking some time, and thank you for dropping the knowledge, man. We'll catch you next week, my friend.
Good stuff, man. Take care.
You got it, baby. There you go. Ian Rapoport and our Sloman's Look Around the NFL.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rapoport. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rapoport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
All righty. We back. We thank Ian Rapoport for joining us here on Le Programme. Interesting, huh? So they told Cedric Wilson they're going to be moving him around a lot. Deebo Samuel-like. And then you look at Chase Edmonds. So, that's kind of a nice little nugget from that whole Cedric Wilson thing is that they're going to move him around a lot, he was told. And remember, we're talking about the guy that was scheming Deebo Samuel all over the place. So we figured that Chase Edmonds will be doing some of that. Well, Cedric also will be doing some of that. So it'll be kind of a two-way attack because, again, there is no other Deebo Samuel until proven otherwise. We all can say it's a copycat league and they're going to try to produce their own Deebo Samuel and all that kind of stuff. And as far as we're all concerned, there's only one of those kind of dudes. And until somebody else can find one and then also scheme it it becomes a productive thing for you too, it's till then there's only one. So this whole thing, we all have to also slow down and keep thinking that, Lynn Bowden Jr. is going to become Deebo Samuel and that Cedric Wilson is going to become Deebo Samuel and that Chase Edmonds is going to become Deebo Samuel. It's unfair to all three of those young men. How about maybe they all contribute in different ways and make the offense a hell of a lot better? I'll take that. Okay? I'll take that. But good information there by Ian. This is probably the worst Wednesday of the year to have him on because he's going all over the place. Like last week, right? Our first week we had him on. He was calm. He had everything going on. But today, this is the third day of free agency. And then today in the afternoon is the official start time of it because obviously has been the open negotiating period the last 48 hours. So people are agreeing to deals. Now they can physically sign deals and all that stuff. And interesting, this is why I brought it up to him. And I think those of us here in the Dolphin Nation, whether it's, what's it called? Damn it. The left tackle from New Orleans, when he decides and whether you want him or not on your team for the Miami Dolphins, but if you want any of the other guys, we have to wait till one guy makes his decision. And we're really all waiting for Watson to make his decision. Because once Watson makes his decision, then that will determine what the left tackle does, Armstead. And so once Armstead says, I'm leaving, because really it's all about Watson. So that's why I told Ian, and I think as Dolphin fans, one, we want him to go over to Atlanta so that way Armstead becomes available. And then all the other tackles could then make their deals once Armstead settles on his, because his is the driving force. His will be the top contract, and then all the other ones will fall into place right after that. And that's kind of the domino effect that we're waiting for. So in a way, if you want Teron Armstead badly, you need Watson to go anywhere but New Orleans. Because there's a great chance whatever team is signing Watson will not sign Watson and Armstead. They won't have the money to do that. I mean, it's just how many teams are going to have that kind of money? They're not. So if you're the Dolphins and you want Armstead, man, you got to make sure New Orleans fails in getting Watson. That's kind of the position that we're in right now. And then once the Watson decision is made, the Armstead decision is made. Once the Armstead decision is made, then all the other tackles that are available. Okay? Now, I still would love J.C. Tretter. Instead of Armstead, get me J.C. Tretter. I got to tell you, I want the middle of the line to be stout. Then go draft a tackle and then have Eichenberg and the rookie tackle and all the other tackles battle for all the tackle spots. But if you can put Williams, Tretter, and Hunt in the middle, I really like that for Tua. I think that that's exactly what he needs. He needs the middle of that line to be clean and 3 guys that can block and get it done. So there you go. Let's see. What else do we have here? Gus 1388 says the Browns are going to release Austin Hooper as a post-June 1 designation. 27-year-old dual threat tight end and 2-time Pro Bowler will be on the market. And he won't be able to ask for as much at that point. Money will be drying up. Let's see. So that's Jeremy Fowler, by the way, reporting that. Michael Cruz says, "Oh, in rock music history, what's the best guitar solo of all time?" But what are we talking about, Michael? Are we talking about a guitar solo in the middle of a concert, or are you talking about a guitar solo that's inside of a song? I don't know, man. That's tough. Are you talking like, Eruption is not a guitar solo, it's an entire song. That's a guitar solo. You know what I mean? I'm on fire from Halen. That's a hell of a solo right there. I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a really tough one to determine what would be the best. You could still Rockin' America from Night Ranger. That actually has a really cool guitar solo in the middle of it. But there are so many, it would be impossible. It would be so subjective. I don't think you could ever come up with one that, oh my God, that this is the ultimate guitar solo in any rock song. You know what I mean? It's hard, man. It's hard. That's a discussion that can go on forever. And you can talk about all kinds. Let's see. Anything Hendrix is the greatest solo. See what I mean? How can you argue with that? Impossible. Saints freed up $70 million. They are all in on Watson and Armstead. Yep. Well, I'm saying that's the only way, but Armstead's their own guy. So that's different. But nobody else is going to sign those 2 guys. Nobody. So that's why you need him to go somewhere else. If wherever else Watson lands, they're not getting Armstead. So it cannot be New Orleans. Okay? I think that's what we're waiting on right now. As Dolphin fans, that's what we're waiting. Though you thought the Watson story wasn't going to affect you, Miami Dolphin fans? Well, guess what? Welcome aboard. The Watson train is affecting all of us right now. Watson is holding up the left tackle position in the NFL. And that happens to be a position that the Dolphins need. I just hope I got to tell you something. I'd rather get J.C. Tretter because he doesn't have the injury history that Teron Armstead has. I like Teron Armstead. I just don't like committing that kind of money to an injury-prone player and a guy that guaranteed will not be able to play a whole season. And that part bothers me about Teron Armstead. I know he can play, but I also know he can't hold up for a whole year. And he's going to break down. And that's not a good thing. That's why I'd rather have J.C. Tretter. I'd rather solve the middle of the line, and then you'll figure out the tackles and you'll get it done. But if you can get 3 studs in the middle, that would be absolutely awesome. I'd give up a 3rd rounder for Collins. Who, Lael Collins? Hell no. No way. Not giving up I'm not. They probably will end up having to release him when it's all said and done. No, he's got way too much baggage. This is a guy that avoided drug tests, and he missed the season because of a hip injury too. No, I would not. I would not give up a high pick like that for La'el Collins. I give him a 6th rounder, 7th rounder, a late round pick, because you have to pay him also, and you have to agree to a contract with him. So no, there's no way I would actually do that. How the hell did the Saints free up $70 million negative? They probably cut a bunch of people, and they probably reworked several contracts to, again, mortgage more money down the line, which is what they're doing. They're just pushing they're just paying the piper later on. Eventually you will have to pay, and it's all going to come to a head, and it'll be a year where you have very few people that are experienced on your team because you had to end up cutting a bunch of people. So their team is really good right now. So they're trying to save what they have to try to make one last run before they have to go into a complete rebuild, because their defense is Super Bowl caliber. So, and they have enough pieces on offense. That's the way they feel. So if you can solve the quarterback issue, you will be a playoff team guaranteed. They were right there if it wasn't for the quarterback position last year. So I think that's what they're trying to do before they have to completely tear it down. And then that's when they don't care about paying the piper at that point, because they'll be trading everybody off and getting picks and getting all kinds of young guys and turning over the roster completely. The Saints are not ready to turn over that roster yet. So they're trying to hang on for dear life. And by acquiring Watson, this will allow them to make that run for another couple years. But eventually they're going to have to pay the piper, and it's going to get ugly for them. Big O, did you see Tua throw 71 yards with Bowden's trainer? Yes. You're talking about Perform. Yes. I did see that. For those of you that have not seen it, let me show you. As Tua there was a crosswind going on, and he's on one side of the field. Okay. And let me see here. So let's get that screen out there. Well, sorry. So he's all the way down here. Here he is. You can see him, and he'll unload the ball. You can tell by the lefty throw too, by the way. And here he goes, unleashed. Boom, 71 yards. See, that's a 70-yard marker there.
I should have. Let it hit my hand.
So once again, there you go. He's 70 yards away. Tua. All the way down here, Lynn Bowden Jr. 70 freaking yards. Not that you're really going to make a lot of those kind of throws anyway. But it's just one of those things. Give him a line. Give him a line. Give him a running game. Okay? And then everything will be all right. All right? So there you go. You give them a line, you give them a running game, and you actually get offensive coaches that have like creativity to it. And boy, you're going to score plenty of goals. Giovanni says, I can confirm that toss of 70 yards. That's Bamford Park's turf soccer field. I run the league there. LOL. So there you go. All right. It's still like in the background. I thought I took it off. Ah, yes. And by the way, we brought back the horn to the show. It's hockey season. Yeah. Hockey season, baby. Panthers got it done last night in overtime. Why are you so quick to get rid of my voice? Oh, the lockdown segment. I see what you're doing. You're locking it down for the hockey segment. I get it now. He's ahead of me here, Sean. As always. The lockdown segment. We had to fix it, bro. We had to bring back the horn. You know. Big O will be at Ultra next week. Yes, I will be. Tua's going to be everybody's darling once this season starts. No. They're not on the bandwagon. They are not allowed. Okay? All your buddies, all your girlfriends that are telling you Tua can't play, Tua's too short, Tua doesn't have an arm, Tua's not this, Tua's not that, he's not Siamese, he wasn't born in Singapore, he was, whatever excuse they're telling you that he can't. Once they start seeing the kid ball, because he actually has maybe a coaching staff and a running game and all that, and he starts to look really good, and then people say, oh, well, no, it was the other, no excuses. Whatever one, because they're going to come up with all kinds of excuses next year. Well, no, you can't blame me. I didn't see that. Oh, they're coaching of the offensive line. Oh, clearly it was that. No. Just turn to them and say, hey, buddy, you just don't understand the quarterback position. That's all. That's how I'm going to answer to everyone next year. When he's balling, all the negative Nellies out there, I'll just turn to you and say, you just don't understand the quarterback position. That's all. You play fantasy football. You guys think they all look like one thing. They've got to be 6'5", and they've got to be able to throw it through the stadium, all the way outside. They've got to hit the farthest parking lot in the entire place from the opposite end zone of it. Hunter Butler says they have Dolphins Funko Pop since when? What do you mean since when? We got Tua and we got Marino, bro. What's wrong with you? There you go. Somebody gave me the Marino one. We bought the Tua one. Gotta fix the what's it called? The baby Yoda. So yes, they have Funko Pop. I'm waiting for the Funko Pops to come out, I think this month. Oh, you got yours too. Whoa. Wait a minute. Is that Marino also? You got Marino and Tua? Nice. You know what's coming out, I think, this month? What is that? Oh, Jimmy Butler. That is very cool. I didn't know there was a Jimmy Butler Funko Pop. And he's in a Heat uniform, right? Oh, okay. All right. Okay, good. Okay. Oh, I might get that Jimmy Butler one, bro. You know what's coming out? I think it's this month, actually, or next month. I'm not exactly sure. But you too. They're coming out with Funko Pops. There's no doubt I'm buying a Bono and an Edge. Like, no doubt. Guaranteed I'm buying it. For sure. Plus a little Nature B, of course. Nature B is, for me, 27 amino vitamins and antioxidants and 28 minerals and powerful antioxidants. And I'm telling you, folks, it powers me through the day. You see it there all the time. Get a little Nature B in your system. Where is it? Here's the bottle of Nature B. Yeah, baby. Right there. And you can use my code Big O so you can get free shipping on a 30, 60-day, 90-day supply of Nature B. Get it, folks. Try the soaps. Love the soaps. The lip balm, for those of you that live like out west or up north and you need lip balm all the time. I know that every time I go out up north or out west, I always got to take the lip balm. The other day when I went to New York, I had my Nature B lip balm with me. And I'm sure when I go out west, in a couple weeks. I'm going to need my Nature Beat lip balm because my lips always get all dried up out there out in the West. So lots of great products. I've been telling you about Nature Beat for 20 years. Powerful, the energy, it just powers you through the day, all the way into the night. And as you all know, life is hard. We work hard every single day. You get tired. You need that little, but when you drink a Coke or something like that, there's that down after that, man. You don't need that stuff. That sugar down, you don't need that. You're not going to get that with Nature Beat. It's all natural. It comes right from the ground, right from Mother Nature, clean, green New Zealand. It's great for the kids. It's great for adults. My daughter's been taking it since she was a little girl, folks. So same thing here. I rarely get a cold, and I thank that mostly to Nature Beat. That's really what it's all about. 2 golden capsules, because it's hard when you work with your voice every day. You don't want to work with a cold. It is brutal. 2 golden capsules. It protects me. Nature Beat powers me through the day and powers and gives me that power and boosts my immune system, which is what, and by the way, we are living in a virus-filled world, and apparently there's a new variant coming out now. So even if you're vaccinated, even if you're boosted, or if you're not vaccinated or boosted, here's some natural protection from Mother Nature, plant pollen, with so many things inside to just make you better. By the way, you break up the capsule, you can eat the powder straight up. That's how good it is. Try doing that with other capsules. You'll be throwing up and spitting all over the place. That tells you how good it is because it comes from Mother Nature. NatureBee.com is the website. Free shipping. Big O. 1 month, 3 month supply. You name it. 60-year supply. Get it. NatureBee.com. Oh, got in late. If you haven't discussed, what do you think about Volan's report theory? Dolphins plan to acquire Peyton and Brady as top executives. That makes no sense to me. Why would that make any? I mean, have you not noticed that great players don't make great executives? How much more proof? Put it this way: when you hire a great player to be your GM or your head coach, there's an incredibly great chance he will fail. Let me repeat that again. When you hire great players to be your top executive or your head coach, there's a great chance, there's a Hall of Fame chance they are going to fail and suck. It's just the way it is. So it's really amazing to me how fans fall for this shit all the time, and they keep going with it year after year after year. Let's hire our heroes. Because, of course, if they were great on the ice or the pitch or the field, oh, my God, they're going to be great head coaches. They're going to be phenomenal executives. And most of them fail miserably, dude. Like, miserably. Like, they're not even average. Look at the history of time. Most of them suck. Most of them are an embarrassment. John Elway can't find a quarterback if his life depended on it, dude. The dude had to retire already. And he did a great job overall because he did build the defense, and he traded for Peyton Manning, which doesn't take much skill. But overall, every time he tried to draft a quarterback, he doesn't have the eye for it. Michael Jordan is the worst general manager in the history of the NBA, dude. He's the GOAT of players, and he's the goofball of GMs. Magic Johnson couldn't last coaching. Neither could Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. I mean, it's endless, the amount of great names that could never, ever be managers or head coaches or top executives. The Ozzie Newsomes and the Jerry Wests of the world we clamor for those guys, and we think that they're all like that, and those are like few and far between, man. Time and time again, it's been proven in the history of sports. Great players, they just really rarely ever become great coaches and great executives. It's just a weird thing, man. It's hard to answer, but man. Hunter Butler says, where the hell have I been? Where have you been, Hunter? Where have you? But we thank you again for a little love on the super chat. Oh, I actually talked to Sean Payton on Friday, and he told me you have no idea how close me and Brady were to coming to Miami. He said it broke down in the last second. 100% truth. Do you expect the Dolphins to sign a tackle today? Do you expect Watson to agree to a deal today and the Texans? Right? Because that's kind of what we're waiting for. Teron Armstead is waiting for Watson's decision. So I think once we see Watson's decision, my friend, then the tackle dominoes will start to fall into place. So I'm going to leave it at that. It looks like that. We have to wait for Watson. So unless Watson agrees to a deal, it doesn't look like it. Breaking news, a 7.3 magnitude earthquake has hit eastern Japan. Tsunami advisory has been issued. Prayers to our friends in Japan. Scary stuff, man. Gretzky and the Coyotes, another example. Yeah, dude, Michael, the examples are endless, dude. Endless. The amount of great players that thought that, oh, yeah, I can be a coach and I can run the team and all that stuff. You know what I mean? It's endless. John Lynch has been a find. And there's a guy that didn't even climb the ladder. He came right out of the booth. And he's done a really good job over in San Fran. But those are few and far between. Everybody wants to find one, but they're hard to find, man. And we as fans, we get excited with our silliness, and in the end, we normally just get burned. Let's see, what else do we have here? Jordan is the gallant of players and the goofus of executives. Looking more like Lynch failed with trading all those picks for a big gamble and miss on their QB2. Yeah, but he's done a really good job there. They've been a really good team. They've even gotten to the Super Bowl. So he's done a hell of a job. He found himself a coach right away. So I got to give him credit. He's doing things there, at least in the first few years, that we haven't seen in the Dolphins in 30 years, 40 years. So I would not be poo-pooing what John Lynch has done compared to what we have here in Miami, or compared to a lot of teams in the NFL. I mean, we all know this. The Niners are basically a quarterback away from winning the Super Bowl. That's what they are. I mean, they've got the kind of team that if they can get the damn quarterback, they'll get it done. So if that's failing, I'll take that kind of failure here in Miami, because what we're doing here for the last, whatever years, that's failing. Big O, truth be told, guys, Marino is basically getting paid to say hi to fans and smile. Keep it. Yeah, he's that's all he is. That's what Dan wants to be, bro. There's nothing wrong with that, George. He earned his right already, dude. He gave us 17 amazing years. It wasn't his fault that they didn't win a Super Bowl. He did everything he possibly could. He doesn't want to be a general manager. So if he only has to say hi to corporate folks there in the building, kiss a couple babies, give an opinion or two when they ask him around the building, and then he can go play the back nine in the afternoon, God bless him, bro. He's earned the right. Marino's earned the right to live whatever goddamn life he wants to live. And none of us are hold any place to judge however he wants to live his life. And I don't know what the whole thing is that we're so like demanding of him to become the general manager of the team and to take over and be the quarterback's coach and this and that, and we want to run his life. And Dan Marino wants to run his own damn life. So Marino can do whatever the hell he wants to do, dude. And if he wants to hang out all day and just play golf and hang out with his family, he earned that right. So I don't care what he wants to do. I want whatever makes him happy. So if that's what makes him happy, it's not about what makes you happy. It's not about what makes me happy. It's about what makes Dan Marino happy. And if this is the life that makes him happy, good for him, bro. Good for him. Guess what? That's the utopia we all seek. Because everybody's trying to find utopia. And we all die without finding it pretty much. Because most of us cannot just kick back and dictate whatever we want in life. No, our jobs dictate what we have to do. Our bills dictate what we have to do. Our commitments dictate what we have to do. Rarely do we get to the point where we're financially stable enough that nobody dictates to us anything. We control everything that we do. He's at that point. He's earned that. So whatever he wants to do is just fine with me. It doesn't bother me one bit. He did his part to try to bring us a championship. Unfortunately, the people around him did not do their part. They did not build it the way he needed it. Now we have another quarterback that I believe can win us a title, just like Marino. He's different, not as tall, comes from a different part of the world, plays a different game, but is still a baller, still a leader, still a winner. And by the way, he can throw 50 or 70 yards. But that's not how he's going to win. He's going to win when you actually have the people around him, just like Marino. So if you want to win a bunch of games that mean nothing and get to the playoffs and do nothing, then maybe you can do that your entire life. But if you want to get to the Super Bowl and win it, you're going to need an offensive line. You're going to need a running game. You're going to need a coaching staff. You're going to need a quarterback. So I believe you have the quarterback. Go figure out the rest. Help out the quarterback. Do for Tua what you couldn't do for Marino. And maybe, just maybe, we'll all be celebrating a Vince Lombardi trophy. Maybe, just maybe, it'll be the third championship this franchise wins. Would be pretty cool. All right, so we got 1 hour down. We got a couple more to go. Sean, by the way, will be doing a little wrestling talk for you at 1 o'clock. We will have Mandy Campbell on in an hour. She will join us. She's the head of content and brand at OK Coin. And we got a bunch of things to talk to Mandy. Looks like Bitcoin's making another move. Remember what I told you about it? It found a floor right in the 38s, 39s. Now it's going over 40 and 41 now, right? So is it going to find a floor there now is the question. And this, as I told you before, this is incredibly healthy when you're able to do this and find floors. Let me check where it's at right now. It's at 41,000. So I'd love to see it stick here for a couple days a week and then go up again at 44, 45. Hang out there for a week or two. That's healthy climbing. This whole thing about a parabolic shot up 50%, it's not sustainable. Not sustainable. But now, looks like accumulation. It's going up. Accumulation. Going up. Take advantage. Anyway, she will join us at noon. Also, I want to find out a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about the case going on in the league. And Jeff Welt, attorney for Welt and Rayom, our text line sponsors, 855-912-1056. So Jeff is going to join us. So we'll have a little fun with him, and we'll talk about some of the issues in the NFL too. So we'll discuss that with Jeff here on the program. He'll join us around 12:40, so we'll get a little legal advice there. All right, let's take a quick break. Give us a couple minutes. Hour number 3, is next.
Welt and Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welt and Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welt and Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welt and Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A+ rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, 0 transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Ready to roll, yes, sir. Right here on the Big O Radio Show. Sean Stanley mastering the program. We take you till 1. Sean will then take over at that point with the little square circle digest. And get into a little wrestling talk. What do you got going on today, Sean? Can you give us a little taste of what's coming at 1 o'clock for the wrestling fans out there? And by the way, pass on the word that now you have a wrestling show here that's on several times a week, because he's on after all the matches during the week too, on the different ones. So Sean, are you there? There you are.
Yes, I am. No, we're going to look at the ratings. We're going to look at some of the past matches. Scott Hall passed away on Monday, so we'll probably look at that as well. Go over some of the things that are happening in the world of wrestling. Cody Rhodes still nowhere to be found. We'll find out what happens with him. And the MLW is suing WWE, and they don't really have a leg to stand on.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. And then of course you could always go over some of the pictures that we went over earlier in the week. What's her name? Paige, right? Paige was she was Paige Van Zandt was talented. So you can go over that too. That's always a positive right there. I like it. There we go. Little OK Coin Studios and everything. Nice job by you. Mandy Campbell will be joining us, by the way, in an hour. So we'll have some fun with her. Great job by the Panthers last night as they got by the San Jose Sharks in overtime. Love it. 41-13-6. What a record, bro. 41-13-6. That's nuts. And Vetrano, ever since they acquired Vetrano, he's got las bolas. You know what I'm saying, man? He's a tough hombre. He got 2 goals last night, right? To tie it and then to get the win in overtime. A little over a minute, I think it was, that they scored in the overtime. But Vetrano's one of those cats that just finds a way, man. Finds a way. Tough sumbitch. Tell you. And killing me. Now, Thursday, I got to stay up for the Vegas one. And I got to tell you, Sean, when we go out to Vegas, and, if we're blessed, we're going to be able to go out there several times a year. We're trying to set it up that way here on the show, where we're going to go out several times a year to Vegas to cover different events. But in one of those, we got to go to, a Vegas game, Sean, because the production and all that stuff, that's going to be awesome. I got to see that. And how cool would it be to have a Vegas and Panthers final, and then we can go out to, follow the Stanley Cup finals, see some here, and then go over to Vegas and see them there. That would be good. So Friday, I'm going to be all screwed up at KSDT as the bags will grow bigger because we'll be up late like last night watching the game. And come on, how many of you're watching the game and you're going, damn, we got to go to overtime too on top of all of that? But they got the win. So that's what matters. They were trailing. So, the fact that they were able to tie it and then win it is absolutely awesome. Barry Schaubin says, Big O, excited to meet you in my city of Las Vegas at Tommy Rockers. Looking forward to meeting you, Barry, and looking forward to hanging out with all of you during the draft. We'll be out there for the NFL draft, man. All 3 days. Well, 4 days, actually. Really? We'll be out there 4 days. Because we'll be broadcasting on the Wednesday before at Tommy Rockers. So it'll be kind of our test our test run at Tommy Rockers. And then we'll be back for obviously Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And we'll have all the picks for you. It'll be all Dolphins style and everything. So you don't need to go anywhere for the draft. Anyways, no one else is going to cover the draft the way we are. I promise you that. And we're going to have all of our insiders locally, nationally, everything involved in our draft. So you are going to have wall-to-wall insiders, talking, all kinds of people chiming in. We're gonna plan this thing out really, really well and knock this out of the park. You're gonna really enjoy our NFL draft coverage for 3 days. It'll be about the most hardcore coverage that you'll ever get. I promise you that. Very emotional seeing Jumbo back at the tank. Your Panthers got lucky. No, the Panthers are very good, my man. 40, 13, and 6. No, I'm sorry. 41, 13, and 6. There's no luck behind 41, 13, and 6. There just isn't. They're tough. They're physical. They don't take shit. They can score goals on you left and right. They're the most explosive offense in the NHL. There's no luck behind the Panthers at all. The Panthers are freaking good. Okay? I just need a nice, long, deep run into the playoffs, possibly win it all, because I want everyone else in town to feel what the people that are in that building on a night in and night out basis do. And, that limited nest of Panther fans that exist, that know how good this team is, and they're excited after all these years. They're like, this is our time. But all the other people that don't know anything, don't follow it, don't care, those are the people I want to get on board, because that organization deserves to have a bandwagon that is overflowing and people that are crazy about it, because Viola and Sifu have shown the ultimate dedication to winning. And they are doing anything and everything to build a winner, to entrench themselves in the community, to become a fabric of our sports society. And so it's time for the other half to respond. The ownership has done their job. The players and the coaches are now doing their jobs. So everybody on the Panther side is doing their job. Now it's up to the public to step up and meet them halfway. 41, 13, and 6. How can you not get behind that? So no luck with the Panthers. They're damn good. And no, I will not be doing mock drafts. I don't do mock drafts. Okay, mock drafts are silly. They're a waste of time. It's only editors and your bosses that are doing it, because fans like this silliness when you're rarely ever going to get most of them right as it is. It's hard to think like 32 people. And it's hard to think like 32 people in the moment they're in, way before the moment they gets there. So you're doing a mock draft now without knowing what happened in free agency. You're doing a mock draft without really knowing what their plan is. It's just a bunch of guessing. It's like throwing out lotto numbers and stuff like that. It's a big-ass waste of time. So what we'll do is, during the draft, the live draft, we'll be picking players along the way at that time. That way we know what's off the board. So when we're coming up to 29, we'll tell you, hey, look for these 3 players. These are the kind of players that they could be looking for. And then it'll get harder as we get, into the deeper rounds. But that's how we do it. And we'll do it live instead. Barry says, how about Strus? Yeah, well, we've talked about that, Barry. And on Inside the Paint, you want to also tune into that. They talked a lot about Strus over Duncan. Let's see. Big O, are you going to reach out to Hank Goldberg while you're in Las Vegas? I miss that old curmudgeon. You know what? That's a great idea. I would like to reach out to him and see if I can see him. Martina says, we have brought back most of our linebackers core, surprising considering how underwhelming that position group played last year. We will bring in an upgrade. I hope. Here's where I disagree with bringing everybody back. Go get me a middle linebacker. Go get me a thumper. Go get me a guy who can run sideline to sidelines. So if it's not, obviously it's not in free agency, well, then draft one. Because that's one thing that linebacking core is missing. They're missing a stud middle linebacker. They don't have one. So that's the only, but again, everything's not done. Free agency's not done. The draft's not done. So I'm not going to complain about things until the process is done. Now, I'll be honest, Martina. I really want more on offensive line and the running game to be solved and one more wide receiver. That I'll tell you. But I definitely want a middle linebacker. Oh, my God, I want a middle linebacker badly. Yes. I'm fine with all the other linebackers. I'm fine with the backups. Like Landon Roberts, I like him as a situational linebacker, a run guy. I don't think he's certainly not an every down linebacker. So he's a limited linebacker. He's not really a full-time starter at middle linebacker. He's more of a situational player. But you may need him if you don't end up getting that middle linebacker. So I think they're kind of planning that way. I went to Game 4 of the 96 Stanley Cup Final at the Miami Arena. I want that feeling again. That playoff run was fun. There was nothing like that, like playoff hockey, and the team is better than that. Oh, yeah, 100 times better than the 96 team. The only thing that's not better is what? Beazer, right? Because Bob has to play the way he played for Columbus 4 years ago. That's how he can play like Beazer. But Beazer was way better than Bob and Knight right now. That's the only difference from the 96 team to this one is the goalie. That's the only thing that I can say. Okay, from 96, all I want is that. This team has everything else. It has the toughness. It doesn't take any crap. It can score like crazy. Everything else is fine. The goalie's good enough right now. They're doing good, but they're not Beazer. I mean, Beazer was magical. Okay? Put it this way. If Beazer was playing the way he was playing in 96 and you put him on this team right now, here's what I would tell you. Why are we playing the rest of the season? It's over already. The Panthers won it. You might as well bring the cup down, put it on the ice. You might as well have the fans line up already to start taking pictures, plan the parade already, because it's over. That's how good this Panther team is. If you told me you had Beazer in 96 between the pipes, it's over. There's no team in the NHL. Not that the Lightning will get swept. They'll be lucky to win one game against this Panther team with Beazer. But Bob has not played like Beazer. Now, can he? I don't know. He hasn't had that magic for 4 years. The good thing about the Panther offense is it doesn't put the pressure on the goalie to be absolutely perfect every night. You can screw up because they're going to score goals. I mean, this Panther team, I don't know how many times it's been this year. They're behind and they come back and win all the time. Like you're never like last night, I was never concerned that they were trailing. Never. Let's see. What do we have here? Do you like the middle linebacker out of Georgia at 29? Don't know if I would take him that high. Although they do need him badly. Let me look at something here, because that's an interesting question. Let me look at something here. Let me look at something here, man. That's because he's gonna go somewhere in that area. Let me see here a second. Dean, right? You're talking about? Is it Nakobe Dean, right? I think. Yeah. The thing about that dude, the question is, I know the Alabama guy will be around that area. Will the linebacker from Georgia, and I know he's big enough too. That's the other thing I like about him. But I don't know, man. Yeah, that might be a guy. If he's there at 29, he has to be considered. Because I'm looking at the list of guys for that area. Zion Johnson, the Boston College guard, to move him to center. Your Georgia linebacker, Nakobe, is a guy that will probably go in that area too. Maybe even before, by the way. Nakobe could go earlier. If people need linebackers, they could be taking him. The Utah kid, Devin Lloyd, is another guy, but he's an outside guy, I think, if I'm correct. Who's the other guy that I'm thinking of also? And they could go running back too, by the way, at 29. I know you shouldn't. You could go Spiller, right? From Texas A&M. Let me see what else. I mean, yeah, the Georgia kid could be an option. Although I think what you probably will do is get the Boston College guard and move him to center. That might, if you don't get J.C. Treader, if you don't get a center, I still think they're going to try to solidify that center position. So your Georgia linebacker could be an option in that first round, but man, if you can get a center, a tackle, I think you may go in that direction instead. I'm screwing around with the running back with Spiller. I think they'll go later for a running back. I think they'll go in the 3rd or 4th rounds for a running back, so that'll be a little bit later. Ron G loves Nakobe Dean. He may not even last to 29. He's going to go somewhere in the 20s. Probably, maybe even early 30s. Depends, but he could be the guy at 29. That might be an option. You might be right. Now, if they go Treader, then I think your middle linebacker becomes a play at 29. I think that could be the deal. That might be it. It's a domino effect, right? Because you could also go left tackle at 29. If you don't go Teron Armstead and you're not convinced that Jackson's going to play left tackle, and maybe you want to put Eichenberg at right tackle, and you want to draft a left tackle at 29, maybe that's what you do. Now, if you get Teron Armstead, well, then now you can focus on Zion at 29. If you get J.C. Treader in free agency, okay, so now you don't go Zion. Now you can go Nakobe. Now you can go defensive end. Now you can go in a couple of different areas. Well, not defensive. I'm sorry, tackle, not defensive end. You got your two guys now. You don't need to draft a high defensive end at this point in time. By the way, the nice part about re-signing Ogba, that he's young enough that he's going to play out that contract. And him and Phillips will be a nice pairing As long as Ogbah can continue on the trajectory that he's on right now, it's a nice pairing for the next couple of years. Don't think Zion or Linderbaum will be there at 29. Thomas, none of us know anything, bro. Maybe the Georgia linebacker goes at 15. Or maybe he drops all the way to 35. It's just one of those that sometimes it's unpredictable. And again, what also matters is, how does free agency finish? Once free agency is done, then we will have a better feel for where teams may be going in the draft now. So we really don't have the whole picture yet. Look at the Dolphins. I just told you. If you go Armstead, it changes what you do. If you go J.C. Treader, it might change what you do. So it all depends. And that's how this whole thing is affected. Zion could be a top 10 Pro Bowl player, maybe. Maybe. Big O, your thoughts on Kyrie dropping 60 last night? That was impressive. That was impressive. No doubt. But you need some dogs to get in his face. And that's what the Heat have. They're not. That's the one thing that I was, looking at. I was going, yeah, you're not facing a great defense. Not a great defensive team. Newfoundland says we need Big O, Reason, TD, and Doug on the same program. Well, Dudley Do-Wrong would referee, but that would be content. Popcorn. I'm sure we'll do more stuff with both guys. I like Reason. I like Doug. I got nothing but love for both guys. So I'd be more than happy to do any crossover shows with those guys. It's always fun, man. Let's see. What else do we have? NFL draft is a crapshoot. Yes, it is, John. Yes, it is, my friend. Browns signed Jakeem Grant to a 3-year, $13.8 million deal. I'm happy for Jakeem. He ended up kind of redeeming himself in Chicago. Didn't necessarily have all the issues he had here. Maybe the environment was better for him there in Chicago. Maybe he enjoyed it there. Now he gets to move on to Cleveland. Gets a $13.8 million deal. This is the only guy that did return a punt for a touchdown last year. Only guy in the league. So I'm happy for him. He deserves this. It'll be interesting to see how things develop. I mean, Cleveland's got all kinds of issues right now. They're trying to trade for Watson. What do they do with Baker Mayfield? I mean, you can't give Baker Mayfield a new contract. He's just he's a tough kid. He plays with moxie. He's a fearless guy. There's a lot of things to like actually about Baker Mayfield. But physically, is he the guy? Because he has very little to no athleticism back there. And it isn't going to get any better as he gets older. If he had some athleticism out there where he can avoid things, that would be better. But remember, there's a guy that got tackled by a cop. Okay? When he was at Oklahoma. So he couldn't outrun a cop. He was carrying all kinds of crap and probably was fresh out of Dunkin' Donuts and stuff. So, it's one of those deals where not necessarily the most athletic dude out there. So they've got their problems. Until they solve that issue, and we all know that problem, right? And, we're hoping that Tua's the guy, but we've been waiting since Dan for somebody. So we know exactly what Cleveland's going through. But I think in his career so far, he has shown you enough to say, yeah, I'm not convinced that you're the guy. And he's been able to play a lot of football for you. So you should have a really good, and the worst part about it is, dude, he has the best running game in the NFL. That should help you be one hell of a quarterback. and you're still not convincing people. That's what I want for Tua. I just want to give him the stage, and then we can all say, here it is. And I believe he will prove a lot of people wrong. But you got to give him the stage. I certainly don't want to see this, what I saw in the 80s and early 90s. A guy killing himself only to watch the defense give up more points. Yeah, I'm not for that. Let's go build a team. That's what's going to win it. Frederick on Twitter says, basically, what objective fans knew. Our young quarterback who overcame amateur hour coaching and the worst offensive line to post a winning record and positive touchdown to interception ratio is getting to full strength after a catastrophic injury. That's right. But people are not patient. They're not, realistic. And sometimes they're not sensible. And that's the shame, because Tua deserves that at least. And he doesn't get the benefit of the doubt at all, considering all the crap that he's had to put up with in this place. So hopefully they have fixed that. Jaminport says, Big O, what needs to happen for Inter Miami to be a contender in the MLS? They have been such a disappointment. Could they land Messi? Messi will not elevate this team to anything. Okay? We got to stop that. Chicharito came here and flopped on his face. And this happens all the time. Higuain got here and nothing, bro. You got to have a team. And Inter Miami, they have, by the way, a general manager that is definitely going to get it done. But it's going to take him a while to kind of fix this. Okay? That's the thing. It's going to take him a little bit of a while to kind of fix this whole situation. Yes. Yeah, send him a link. So that's the problem. So, it's we're going to get Joe Shad on right now, by the way. We'll get him on now. And we'll talk a little bit, but yeah. So that's really the issue there with that. 855-912-1056. Inter is got so much problems. They've got salary limitations. They're young now. Maybe we see their better soccer later on this year, but this is far from being a playoff team. And just buying a star will not fix the problem here. And the MLS has proven that over and over again. Just because you're a rock star all over the world, if you come here and you don't have a team around you, you're not going to win. So they've got to get the coaching. They've got to get the right team, the right depth. They got all kinds of problems, man. Inter is not going to be a good team for a while. I would not expect them to be a good team this year for sure. Next year, we'll see. It depends on what kind of moves they make. And it also depends on, do they find any diamonds in the rough here this year with some of these young guys? Because that's kind of what this year is about. Is really, okay, we've made a big investment on scouring the world for some young players. We brought a bunch of them in. Now let's see if we can develop a couple of them to become really good MLS players. And then we can add others on top of that as the money issues, they overcome the money issues over the next couple of years with their salary cap limitations. Okay. Big O, there's a video of Tua making 71-yard pass. Yes, Willie, you should rewind and you'll see it. And we talk about it. It's there. We just don't repeat content here on the program. We move on and give you new content, so that way you have new things to listen to when you're driving around and you're listening to the recording of the show. You can go listen to live radio. They're lazy. They'll repeat interviews and repeat the same subjects over and over again, even though they have 30 minutes of breaks in an hour. That's what they do. But we don't do that. We played the video and talked about it. You can check it out, my friend. It's all there. This is my honest worry with Tua. No matter how fully healthy his hip is going to be, he's going to hesitate to throw deep because he's going to be scared that his hip is not there. No, he just threw a 70-yard pass, dude. What are you talking about? He's unloading. Your hip's not going to come apart on a throw, my brother. The hip's going to come apart when you have a 300-pound lineman landing on it. The hip's going to come apart when you're running full speed like Bo Jackson and they tackle you or they yank your leg because you're going in one direction and they yank you in another direction. You understand what I'm saying? Your hip's going to dislocate because it has trauma, not from a throw, my man. But thank you for the entertainment. Robert Slappy Jr. says, Big O, living here in Huntsville, Alabama since 2013. I've seen Tua since day 2. He's got the goods, and he finally has a coach that has the goods. He will flourish, and I can't wait to see him ball. Well, you saw it there. You know what we're talking about. It's just silly shit. Oh, he can't throw. Well, didn't you watch him at Alabama, bro? He can throw. But he had coaching there in Alabama. He had a line there. He had a running game. He had a staff that could just crush whatever the Dolphins have had for the last 2 years here. So, yeah, it's a whole different ballgame. All right, let's talk a little Miami Dolphins with Joe Shad and our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report.
Dolphins fans, buckle up. It's time for the American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report with Joe Shad. When you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. Call them at 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. Here's Joe Shad with today's edition of the American Dream Lending report.
That is Joe Shad, baby. How you doing, my man? You doing all right?
What's up, Big O? I'm doing a little better. Good to see you.
You feeling better? You feeling better? You feeling energetic?
A little bit, yeah. It's got a little cough I can't shake. But getting better every day.
All right, well, colds can stick with you, bro. Did you see Tua stick this 70-yard throw, by the way? Did you see that?
Yeah, I am glad. I'm glad to see that Tua Tagovailoa continues to work very hard with his trainer Nick Hicks and receiver Lynn Bowden on strengthening his arm. I think that is very good news.
Or is it strengthening his arm, or is it that his body is maybe fully healing too? Like last year kind of was, maybe you were probably at 85% or something, but maybe now this year and this offseason, you can really build on that body and get it back to maybe normal now. Maybe we weren't seeing Tua at 100% over the last 2 years. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, there's every reason to believe that his body will be stronger and more healed in year 3. Obviously, nobody wanted it to take this long to get to this point. But, look, I'm no quarterback coach. I'm no quarterback guru. But it did seem at times Tua Tagovailoa's mechanics were off, especially when throwing on the run. He skipped some passes. So it's one thing for Tua to throw an accurate ball when he's stepping into it and he's not under pressure. The true test, of course, will come, and no matter how many offensive linemen the Dolphins sign, the true test will come when he's forced to make difficult off-platform, varied angle, challenging throws. Can he get enough on those balls? Because obviously he can stand in the pocket and step into a 50-yard throw to a Cedric Wilson on a post. And I hope that happens, and I look forward to it. And I think that if the Dolphins establish a running game and a more legitimate threat in the play action game, that Tua will have the opportunity to step into a few of those 50-yard post throws that we didn't see enough of last year.
All right, Cedric Wilson. We had Ian Rapoport on, and he mentioned that they told him that they were going to use him all over the place. So, we were looking at Chase Edmonds, maybe playing a little bit of a Deebo Samuels type role. It looks like maybe now it might be two different players that Mike McDaniel is scheming to use Deebo Samuel style.
Yeah, and Lynn Bowden can do both. Lynn Bowden has been a quarterback in college. He has been a receiver in the National Football League. He has been tried at running back in the National Football League. I'm not suggesting that the Dolphins should put tons of chips on Lynn Bowden, but he is an excellent athlete. And so, look, it's going to be an obvious storyline, an easy thing for Dolphins reporters and fans to write about and ask about, who's the next Deebo Samuel. And I get it. But I think in general, we need to keep in mind that Mike McDaniel is a very intelligent, creative guy. And so he's going to find lots of different ways to utilize these chess pieces. And I think that I have more confidence in Mike McDaniel in putting together an offensive scheme with an identity. When I sat down with Mike McDaniel, Hal Habib and I sat down with Mike McDaniel, and I never did that with Brian Flores, not once. So we sat down with Mike McDaniel.
Shocker, he's so sociable. I mean,
Mike McDaniel was gracious. He was charming. He was witty. He was smart. I'm telling you my impression, okay? Felt very good about this meeting.
I know. It's just funny the shit you guys had to put up with Flo, and now you actually get like a real human being. It's just funny because it's just great for you guys, great for us now, because now you're going to give us better stories because these people are actually going to talk to you. You know what I mean? It's just so weird to go from that whole, way they ran their.
Well, shifting the focus to McDaniel, and I understand your point, but shifting the focus to him, the first thing that he said in that meeting that jumped out to me, and I turned to Hal and I said, Hal, if you don't write about this, I'm going to write about this. And that was that he said, we will have an identity. We will figure out what we do best, and we will master that. And that it goes completely against everything that the previous staff believed. And I told Mike, I said, I am so happy to hear this. Because every time I and other journalists brought it up, we were told we were idiots, basically. That's a dumb idea. That identity means nothing.
No, of course not. Yeah. It means
nothing. Establish a run, versatility in terms of moving pieces around. The Dolphins tried all that pre-snap movement stuff last year, but the 49ers were number one in the NFL in it. So I'm really, really looking forward, and we're going to get a little extra practice time.
Part of that, Joe, in order for you to be really good at movement like that, you also have to be penalty free. You also have to be a very smart team, because when there's a lot of movement, there's a lot of responsibilities, and you have to remember, and the timing has to be right so you don't cross in front of the freaking center and get hit by the snap. You get my drift? So when you're moving things around like this, you have to be well coached, and there's nothing new to this. This is Tom Landry. This is Hank Stram. This is stuff that went on all the way back in the 60s in the AFL. They're not reinventing the wheel. There's been movement. They created it. Those people invented what Mike McDaniel and Shanahan and Bill Walsh and everybody else has been doing for years. They all copied the Strams and the Landrys of the world with all of that stuff. Do you remember when the Cowboys used to stand up and go back down again as a line? Do you know why they used to do that? Do you know why? It's the main reason why the line would stand up in the middle of a snap count and then go back down again. Do you know why?
Does it have something to do with timing?
Has to do with the offense. Why Hank Stram and Tom Landry wanted to do that was because when you stand, it allowed movement in the back. Linebackers could not see that movement. And so when the guys went back down, they had to readjust. While you're readjusting and trying to find where your guy is at, ball snapped. I got you off your spot. And now
That's
my
interesting.
guy has a half step or 2 steps in front of you. That's part of movement. But part of that movement, you've got to execute off that movement. And if you noticed, you saw that film that was going around of damn it, what's the name of the dude with the finger this way? What's his name? A Baldinger that he did of Mike McDaniel. And you noticed all the movement and how McDaniel designs plays where the movement already takes the defenders out of a play. And that's exactly what I was telling you. Hank Stram thought about this back in the 60s. Mike McDaniel's still using this in the 2020s.
Yeah, having a smarter offensive plan is certainly going to be helpful to the Dolphins in 2022. And I trust Mike McDaniel and his evaluation. Now I know that Chris Greer is the player who is landing is the player for the Dolphins who is landing these players, such as Chase Edmonds and Cedric Wilson, who are not known quantities. They're not star players. They're not Pro Bowl players. But if Mike McDaniel and Wes Welker and John Embry and these guys are getting together and saying, hey, these players fit what we do, then I trust that they know exactly what they're looking for. And that's why I think those players are going to, flourish in this system. Cedric Wilson's an interesting guy. You mentioned him earlier, not a burner. The Dolphins have a lot of these 4-4 guys. Wilson's like a 4-5-5 guy, but he's crafty and nifty and finds ways to get open and finds ways to get yards after catch. So obviously, Mike McDaniel, who has been a receivers coach and who has helped guys like Pierre Garçon have career years, really identified Cedric Wilson as a guy who may be a little under the radar, but can do some things differently than the skill sets of the receivers that the Dolphins have. By the way, they brought back Preston Williams, and not at the restricted free agent number, and I know some people are like,
he's got to make the team to make that salary. It's really not a big deal.
Yeah,
because
Preston wanted to stay. Wanted to stay. But I think it's a worthwhile flyer. I think that Mike McDaniel and Wes Welker look at those highlights from practice and in the games and think, my gosh, the phrase we're going to hear a lot is unlocked. Chris Greer talked about how he believes that Mike McDaniel. Chris Greer talked about how Mike McDaniel and the new offensive coordinator and the new offensive line coach, that they believe that they can unlock the talents of some of these offensive linemen. Well, it's sort of a similar, and Mike has said that about Tua. And so it's sort of the same thing with Preston. It's like, maybe a fresh start, a clean slate. Maybe they can kind of get through to Preston. Not banking on it, but it's a worthwhile flyer.
By the way, you're not going for any of this silly shit that you think like Bridgewater is going to be pushing anybody. Like, he's here to be a backup, period. Right?
No, I understand I understand that that's the plan. And we'll see how things play out. Obviously, Bridgewater is a better backup than Jacoby Brissett.
Great backup.
Yeah, he's one of the best backup quarterbacks in the National Football League. And listen, if Tua were to get hurt and Teddy Bridgewater were to win 3 or 4 games in a row and complete 10 touchdowns with 1 interception, no pun intended, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. And that would not be a bad problem to have. If at some point there is some drama and controversy because in relief Teddy Bridgewater is exceptional, then we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Something he's never been in his entire career. Exceptional. But somehow or another you drew up the situation that he would be exceptional. But let's see. He's going to do something he's never done before. Okay. All right.
Well, he and Tua are number 5 and number 6 among active NFL quarterbacks in completion percentage. And Bridgewater's career passer rating is way higher than you would ever imagine. So let's not shortchange Teddy Bridgewater. This is a
well, you know why it is, right? He can't take any chances.
Listen, the Steelers are rolling with Mitch Trubisky. Who do you have more confidence in? Mitch Trubisky, Teddy Bridgewater, right? I mean,
neither one, Joe.
I'm not suggesting that you would necessarily want either one to be your opening day quarterback.
Neither one.
You can make the argument that Bridgewater would outperform Trubisky. Trubisky with a little bit of a higher ceiling. That's the thing about
The
Bridgewater.
problem I have with Trubisky, I mean, with Bridgewater and people in general, is that most people don't watch him, and because they like him, because he's such a great kid, they kind of give him the benefit of the doubt, but they don't really look at it. He started in 2014, an entire season, 14 touchdowns, 12 interceptions. In 15, 14 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. In 2020, 15 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. This is a player that has never been explosive because he doesn't have an explosive bone in his body. He doesn't have the arm to go downfield. He doesn't have the athleticism to buy you more time. So he's a conservative player, and he takes high percentage passes because he's really, really smart. He's not going to make the stupid mistake. He won't get you in trouble, but he'll never be the
kind of like Jacoby Brissett. I mean, to be honest, the Dolphins have had a bunch of quarterbacks.
He's better than Jacoby in the decision-making process. He understands his limitations.
What I'm saying is both guys have a reputation of being check down Charlies.
Right, yes.
And the Dolphins have had a slew of quarterbacks here, including Ryan Fitzpatrick and Tua Tagovailoa, who are not noted for their arm strength.
Right.
And yet it is interesting that Ryan Fitzpatrick's mindset, he would say, I don't have a very strong arm, but I know where to take my shots.
Right.
And so,
by the way,
we're on the same page in hoping that Tua Tagovailoa takes more shots in 2022. I think he will, and I predict that we will be writing about how Tua Tagovailoa has improved in the deep passing game.
I have no concerns about that at all. I just need him to get a line in a running game and coaching, and he'll be fine.
We need a tackle.
Just doesn't have any of that. That's what we'll wrap it up with. Ian Rapoport feels it's all up to Watson now. So Armstead's waiting for Watson. So as a Dolphins fan, it sounds like we're hoping Watson goes to Atlanta, Cleveland, and he doesn't go to New Orleans, because if he goes to New Orleans, Armstead stays there, and then all the other tackles will make their decisions after that. But I think if you're the Miami Dolphins, I don't know what you're hearing, Joe, you want maybe Armstead to go, you want Watson to go somewhere else than New Orleans, so that way you have a legitimate shot at getting Armstead. Your thoughts?
Armstead is 30.6 years old, 30 and a half, according to Spotrac. Now, listen, in general, the Dolphins have steered away from these 30-plus-year-olds. But if Armstead stays in New Orleans, which a lot of people think he very well might, you need to pivot to a 36-year-old Dwayne Brown, a 31-year-old Eric Fisher. It needs to be a short-term deal. A 31-year-old J.C. Treader, a center who's become available. You need to be ready to pivot quickly. The time has come for the Dolphins to say, you know what? It's kind of like when Major League Baseball teams sign 31-year-old pitchers or 33-year-old outfilders to 8-year contracts, and you just know at the end of those contracts it's going to look like a bad deal. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. And in the NFL, you get a break because the money on the back end is often not guaranteed. So front load the deal, whatever it takes to get it done. And Chris Greer must know that he cannot allow all of these guys to go elsewhere. He owes it to the Dolphins fan base. He owes it to Tua Tagovailoa. He owes it to head coach Mike McDaniel to secure a solid, capable, veteran, proven tackle. It'll be a colossal disaster if he does not. They cannot go into this season banking on Austin Jackson, Liam Eichenberg, etc. at tackle. At left tackle, if you want to say Eichenberg's your right tackle and we'll bring in somebody lower tier to compete with them, that's fine. They need a capable, solid, veteran left tackle.
Follow him on Twitter at Shad Joe. More importantly, please subscribe to the Palm Beach Post like I do and many others, and support our local journalists, and catch him twice a week here with our AmericanDreamLending.com Miami Dolphins report. Joe, thank you for taking some time. We will catch up later in the week, my friend. Appreciate you.
Good to see you, buddy. All right.
You got it. There you go. The great Joe Shad joining
When
us.
you're ready to purchase a new home or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com.
We go. Joe Shad, as always, with our American Dream Lending Miami Dolphins report. By the way, Sloman's Home Shield, a proud sponsor of our program. 1-800-ALARM-ME right there, man. Our Alarmo is ready to protect you and your family. 1-800-ALARM-ME. We have the link below here in our YouTube page. What is it? You hit community, is it right, or something? Which is the link you hit that has all the links? I forgot, because I know I did it the other day to look at it, or for whatever it is, Sean, whatever the name of that. But you'll see the link there for Sloman's. Or when you call 1-800-ALARM-ME, please bring up the Big O Radio Show. Very important you bring it up. And right now, we're going to give you a free doorbell camera. The first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. For a limited time, you will get a free doorbell camera that connects directly to your smartphone. And we will give it to you free with a customized home security system and professional installation when you use our low-cost central station monitoring. And you're getting an LED touchscreen pad, motion detector, 3-arm doors, and a backup battery. And you're going to love the Sloman Shield, protecting your home, protecting your business. And I love it because I get to control everything in the house. I get to see my dogs inside the house when I'm not here. I get to see what's going on outside. The other day, I heard some guy or woman or whatever, probably a guy, just tires screeching and all that. So I looked at the camera outside. It kind of sees, the street and all that. Just some idiot, but that's the thing. I can see somebody at the door. I can see somebody out in the street. I can look inside my home. I can look in the backyard. You're always in touch. And those motion detectors know exactly when something is going on. And that's why you're always going to feel secure and safe with your Sloman Shield. 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. Hour number 4 is next. Mandy Campbell is going to join us, the head of content from OK Coin. She will join us next.
When you're ready to purchase a new home loan or refinance the one you have, American Dream Lending will make sure your loan experience is easy with fast approvals and quick closings. With many loan programs and competitive rates, now is the time to turn your dreams into reality. Ask about special financing for veterans. They never charge an application fee, and you will work directly with one of their experienced loan professionals. Stop dreaming and contact American Dream Lending today. 786-802-1727 or online at adreamlending.com. When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411, and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. The Big O Radio Show is looking for an experienced salesperson in the radio or TV business. The candidate must have at least 5 years of sales experience in the broadcast business over the last 10 years. Please email your phone number and resume to bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. That's bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Looking for an aggressive person who can help our platform expand into many avenues in our business. Reach out if you are the person that's able to make the difference. expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
The Big O Radio Show originates from the OK Coin Studios. Invest a little time and save big. Just set the recurring buy and pay, zero transaction fee after your first purchase. The Big O Radio Show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley from the OK Coin Studios. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, hour number 4 with the great Mandy Campbell, head of content and, of course, brand here at OK Coin. Of course, we're coming to you live, as we do every day, from the OK Coin Studios. Mandy, good morning to you. Good afternoon to some others out there, depending on the time zone. How you doing?
I am doing well. Thank you so much for having me. Great to be here.
It's great to have you. It's great to have you. So let me ask you something. So all of a sudden, the craziness going on right now with Bitcoin. Talk to me a little bit about it, because, you know, one of the things that I've talked about in our OK Coin crypto corners that we talk about is I'm not big on these parabolic runs, because usually there's always going to be a pullback and we're going to have some kind of a correction, as they say. But what I'm watching now, where it pops up to 38, 39, now it's going up to 41, 42. And it found a little bit of a home, because it seems like 38, 39 has been kind of a threshold for it. But if it can go from one step to another and find a plateau there and find a home for a little while, then climb up again, I find that to be really healthy for Bitcoin right now. How do you view it?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many interesting things happening right now in the market, right? We've got, potentially a global conflict where Russia and Ukraine are pouring money into Bitcoin. We haven't really seen the price reflect some of these big things that are happening. Listen, I'm a hodler at the end of the day. Like, I am just going to buy more and more Bitcoin and hold it. And I know, that price is going up no matter what in the long term. So, I'm paying attention to a lot of what might affect the price, but at the end of the day, like, I'm just holding. So, we'll see what happens today too. I think there's going to be an interest rate announcement. We might see some action in the markets from that. But like I said, I just buy more and hold. I feel like I'm a little bit boring when it comes to my crypto portfolio, probably. You got to talk to Alex and our team about all of the altcoins and stuff that they're holding. But you were asking me, like, how am I feeling about some of the altcoins? I'm honestly like mostly Bitcoin and just holding. So
I'm with you there. Big altcoin. One of my favorite altcoins is Polygon. I think Polygon is going to be an absolute monster. But as for Bitcoin, you are so right. What's going on in Ukraine and Russia, which, by the way, before this conflict, Ukraine was already a country that was heavily invested in Bitcoin, is what people don't realize. Actually, they were one of the leading countries that were investing in Bitcoin. And I think it's a smart thing, because there's a lot of countries that are struggling with their own currency. Hell, we're struggling with our own currency here in this country too. And so, this is going to be the hedge against these kind of things happening down the line. I just think it takes a while for people to kind of get educated and realize what's actually happening. And, Mandy, I'm so glad I have you on, because women, we've gotten several women involved into crypto over the last year on our program. And that's another thing that I think is really growing. And I think women, women they tend to be the smarter of the two, whether guys want to admit it or not. And women probably have a little bit more patience than men too, which is very important when you say that magical word hodl, because men can be very impatient. And so we're also seeing the growth of women in crypto.
Yes, and that's actually a big reason why I decided to come work in crypto was I realized, there's a lot of things that have happened, especially in the last couple of years, that I think really call for a moment of everyone to find more economic empowerment, whatever that means for you. We saw a lot of moms drop out of the workforce during COVID. We saw a lot of democratization of financial services with services like Robinhood and more people coming into crypto and those services becoming more accessible to everyone. To me, it's really, really important that especially women do pay attention to what's happening in crypto and with Bitcoin right now, because, Bitcoin has been around now for over 10 years. And over that time, we've had about 90% men. If you look across exchange data or engagement with Bitcoin or Ethereum or pretty much any coin, it's roughly 80 to 90% men. Obviously, we have a lot more women in this country and all over the world who could really benefit from a lot of this as, a store of value, as also an opportunity to find wealth. So I was caught in this moment. I'd been leading content at GitHub for 4 years. I noticed that there was a lot of activity happening in cryptocurrency when it came to open source development. And a lot of people weren't talking about that at GitHub, but I was really interested in it. And so as I learned more, I realized what a kind of revolutionary technology Bitcoin was and the impact that it's having all over the world, especially for when we talk about people who are like fighting totalitarian governments and able to actually store their wealth despite, some of those pressures, using technologies like Bitcoin. To me, like this is one of the biggest things that might ever happen to not only our generation, but possibly every generation. So I just couldn't be more excited to be part of, working in crypto and furthering Bitcoin right now. And I hope that with some of the things that OKCoin is doing, with some of the things that I'm doing, we can bring more women into it and they can start to understand the opportunity there. I think part of what attracted me to OKCoin in particular was the fact that we have the only female CEO of any exchange, a lot of women who are in positions of leadership. And I think in order to make crypto and Bitcoin really talk to women, for instance, or groups that have been traditionally underserved in finance in the past, you need to also have women who are building behind the scenes. So that's really important to me. I'm just so excited to just be a part of furthering that a little bit.
What I find, the challenge that I find for you, the challenge I find for me, because obviously we know 95% of the world has no idea what crypto is. Half the world may have heard of Bitcoin, of course, but they don't really know what it is, right? And so we're so used to being dependent on banks and all the other things that control our finances and decide the fate of our financial futures and things like that. And so people don't understand decentralized financing and how you can become your own bank, how you can accumulate your own wealth. And then instead of taking a loan from a bank, you could actually maybe take a loan off your Bitcoin for a lot less interest. And so there are so many different ways that we are going to be able to benefit and also give ourselves the freedom that we did not have in the past. And simple things like, Mandy, you're out in Italy and I'm here in Miami, and you call me and say, oh, I lost my wallet, this, that. I'm in a really tough position. I only have my phone on me, this, that. No problem. Boom. I send you money right away in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds, you have your money. You can take care of it. You're good. in traditional financing, well, no, let me go to Western Union. Let me go to a bank who then wires it to another bank who sends it to an international bank who then gets it to you, and everybody took a piece of that. Meanwhile, I send it to you in seconds for pennies, or maybe even free at times. It all depends what kind of services we're using. And so the freedom of it is what, and I think that's why El Salvador is so important. They've that president has made that country the guinea pigs, but in a way, they're really not the guinea pigs. They're going to be the educators for so many other countries that are going to say, hey, we're having the same financial issues. They did this and are solving their problems. All these little things, like people don't realize what Cardano is going to be for the unbanked continent of Africa. You know what I mean? So this is the challenge that I see you have, the challenge that I have, those of us that are in it, trying to explain to people the positives and the freedoms that it creates for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm incredibly inspired seeing what's happening in El Salvador. We actually sent some of our team down there to capture stories of how people are using Bitcoin and the impact that it's making down there. And literally the people in El Salvador, they used to say, we have the American dream. Basically, the dream in El Salvador was to get out of El Salvador and come to the US and find some more opportunity in the US. Now they are saying we have the Salvadorian dream, or the Salvadoran dream. That is they want to stay in their country now because they actually feel like there's an opportunity to have wealth in their own country. There was a woman who we talked to who's a barber, and she was giving a haircut to someone who was in our video, Enrique Barrios, who's wonderful. He's a dentist who's using Bitcoin to fund very necessary dental work for people down there. And she was saying, in the last 5 years, I've saved something like $3 in my account. She just hasn't been able to have any savings for her and her family. When the country brought Bitcoin there, she's been able to save like over $200, which there was a significant part of building a house for her. She was able to literally build a house there. And that, like, hearing stories like those it's just, I mean, there's nothing better, right? Like it's having such a huge impact for so many people. Certainly there's going to be a lot of things that need to be figured out. I mean, this is all very unprecedented, but I'm really excited for a lot of people there that are finding new opportunities, and at least they see that now, and they're not just trying to leave the country.
I'm with you there. Mandy Campbell, by the way, head of content and brand for OKCoin, joining us here on the program. And one of the things that I got turned on to OKCoin way before, we started building a relationship with OKCoin, and obviously you guys becoming one of our sponsors and our studio sponsor. But one of the things that attracted me to OKCoin was how easy it is to use. And then also the staking opportunities that you have. And we'll get to that in a minute. But since we've been, partnered here in the last couple of months, you have added so many coins. I believe I counted last night, you're up to 64 coins already at this point, which is incredibly impressive already. So talk to us a little bit about, you're obviously, we talked to Alex and head of listings and your head of content. So how do you guys go about deciding what coins you're going to add? And then part B of that question, is there a plan, a target of how many more coins you'll add this year? And part C, please add Theta. Please add Theta. Please add Theta.
I will pass that along to Alex. He's definitely the guy to talk to about that one.
Theta.
I'll let him know. So we've added a lot. I would say we really started ramping things up toward the middle of last year, and we've just been continuing to sprint on adding more and more. Alex works closely with our compliance and legal teams to go through a really rigorous process to actually vet everything that ends up on OKCoin. So that's one thing that's really, I think, a huge benefit for our customers is we go through this process of making sure this coin that exists today isn't going to just disappear tomorrow.
Let me define that for you. They don't want to end up with crap coins, okay? And I'm using the word crap because I don't want to use the other word that we normally use for those kind of coins. So that's what Alex is trying to avoid.
Right. Or, if you hear about getting rugged, right? Like we're trying to avoid that. So we've added some really great coins. We've added city coins. We've got Miami coin and New York coin now. We have a lot of interesting stuff happening in the Stacks ecosystem. We had a Deco. We are working closely with Stacks. We actually just announced there's kind of a pledge fund where a lot of different investment groups came together to say, hey, we really believe in the Stacks ecosystem. We think, more innovation on top of Bitcoin is going to be really important and really big moving forward. So let's put some money behind some of these groups that are innovating on top of Bitcoin. So I think we're going to see a lot more.
By the way, I don't want to, I hate to interrupt you, but I want to build on something right there that you said, because a lot of us on this show, and a lot of people followed me in this, we got into Miami coin and we staked it at 400%, at 200 and something percent. Now it's like at 145. But it dropped a lot now. And one of the things that I've tried to explain to people, and obviously we're not making the same kind of interest money that we were going to make when it was up in the cent and a half, 2 cent, 3 cent range and those kind of things. But here's the thing. Once Bitcoin had the dip, Stacks was going to have the dip, and then the city coins were going to have the dip because it's all built on the Bitcoin network. Once Bitcoin starts to explode again, that will then affect Stacks, and that will affect the city coins, and then we'll see that domino effect, and I would see those coins, expect them to start going back up again. Do you agree with that?
I 100% agree with that. I think Bitcoin is kind of the OG and will probably affect the prices of pretty much every coin. But yeah, obviously Stacks is really closely tied to Bitcoin. It's, essentially everything on Stacks settles on the Bitcoin chain. So yes, I think we've been seeing a little bit of a pullback. I think, the prices will go back up, and Stacks and also city coins, because they're built on top of Stacks, will, I think, absolutely benefit from that. And you mentioned it's super easy to stake with OKCoin. So if you purchase Miami coin, literally in the click of a button, you can stake it, and then it just gets deposited directly to the protocol, which means you're actually earning staking rewards. So you're earning additional Miami coin, or actually with Miami coin, you're earning Stacks, which you can then stake or stack in order to get a Bitcoin yield, which is pretty cool.
10% they pay 10%, on Stack.
Yep.
By the way, right now, New York City coin is at 265%. Miami coin's at 145. And by the way, we know Bitcoin is the OG and it drives everything except Terra lately. Somehow or another, Terra just has detached itself from everybody and has taken off. And OKCoin not only added Terra, but they added Terra USD. And you can actually get it just under 20% APY.
Yeah,
so
USD.
Pretty awesome. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that was, I think, new as of last week. You can now stake UST, which is pretty great. 20%, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's going to be more happening on Earn, which is our staking product, which we don't take any fees for. You're just directly staking with the protocol. I think in terms of your question of, more coins, we are always looking for more interesting kind of utility when it comes to new assets. I think you'll continue to see more first to list tokens with us. And Alex and his team are working super hard to bring more to OKCoin. So I don't think you'll see us slowing down anytime soon. In fact, we have a new one launching today. I think it's launching right now, called Cadena or Cadena. I'm not sure.
Are you serious? Did you guys get Cadena?
We did. Yeah, that's launching today. Hopefully I'm not leaking right now.
Cadena came up with a way to add more transactions in the way that they built their it's not like a parachain, but it's kind of that. and that's they're a New York company. They're a U.S. company. And so, wow, I did not know you guys added Cadena. That was one of the ones that I wanted you guys to add. That is
Yeah.
awesome. Okay.
Adding today. So I'm not 100% sure if it's live for
Not yet.
trading. It should
Not
be.
yet. Not yet. I was going to buy some right now. I was going to buy some.
Well,
I like Cadena. I'm a
very
big fan
soon.
of it.
Yeah. So that's new on OKCoin. And that's a first to list in the US too. I guess I didn't know it was based in New York. There aren't that many crypto companies based in New York.
Yeah. They're a blockchain.
They're
a blockchain. They're a group of people, Americans, that put it together. I'm really excited for them. I'm rooting for them, obviously, because they're a U.S. company too. On top of all of that, so I love that. And I was never I'm not worried about the U.S. government, because I told Alex the other day this. He didn't realize this. Do you know who Biden's biggest donor is?
Who?
Sam Friedman, the guy from FTX currency.
Oh, interesting. Huh. I didn't know that. Yeah.
All that FUD
Sam,
that's out there, all that FUD that's out there. Oh my God, they're gonna do this. They're gonna do that. They're not gonna do anything, dude. Please. Come on.
Well, the executive order looked, I think, a lot better than people were thinking it would.
I never worried about it.
It seemed like a big, like a sigh of relief, but also like that was always going to be the executive order. I'm not sure why there was so much, fear about that.
Because the problem we run into, Mandy, is, okay, you and I live this stuff. Okay, obviously you live it because you work it. I'm a monster crypto guy that I love. I'm thoroughly into this thing, and so the problem is we have a lot of people that are writing and talking about something they know nothing about, and so then they're putting out a whole bunch of FUD, and then the people that also, since most of the world doesn't really know about it, then they read it and then they believe it, and then they don't do their homework. And then on this show, I try to do my homework and I try to open people's eyes up about those kind of things, and it's like, okay, so I kept telling everybody on my show, Biden's biggest donor is a crypto billionaire. How the hell is he going to go after crypto? He's not. There's no way. Plus, we're Americans, dude. We normally jump on innovation. We have to be the leaders of this. This is what we do. Space, technology, whatever it is. We're the leaders of the world when it comes to this. Let's go, man. This is something we need to be on top of. By the way, before I let you go, let's talk about OKCoin commitment, crypto for all. And today, OKCoin, okay or not okay. So folks can take advantage of that stuff. Let's tell them a little bit about those programs.
Yeah. So we had a really exciting announcement last week. We kind of built on an announcement that we made in December where we said, hey, we would like to really focus on welcoming more women to crypto. We are willing to put $1 million, but honestly, I think it will be more than that at the end of the day. $1 million over the next 3 years to hopefully make our platform 50% women, which is ambitious. As I said at the beginning of your show, if you look across different data sets in crypto, it's usually 80 to 90% men. So we are not only talking about that, but trying to put some action behind it. So we're putting money behind it. We just launched a grant program last week. If you go to okcoin.com/crypto for all, it explains the goals of the program. Essentially, we are supporting projects that are helping women, people of color, people who have been kind of underserved by traditional finance through learning. So basically anyone who's creating educational content for those groups, through connecting. So if you're helping, potentially those groups find jobs in the crypto ecosystem, and then building. So people who are within those groups or helping those groups actually build as developers or entrepreneurs, then we are interested in talking to you because we think this is really important work. We think more has to be done to support those kinds of projects. So as kind of a first step, we've partnered with Randy Zuckerberg, with a lot of women in Web3, with Natalie Brunell, Maliha from an NFT project called Women Rise, Mai from an NFT project called Curious Addies. We're bringing some partners together who really believe in this future where crypto is a lot more, the people who are using it are a lot more diverse. We're supporting more of those types of projects, bringing hopefully some of these underserved groups in. And to start out with that group of partners, we are offering grants to projects that fit those goals. So if you know, any projects out there, let us know. Just go to okcoin.com/crypto4all.
By the way, that's what I love about what Charles Hodgkins and Cardano are doing in Africa, because talk about folks that are completely unbanked, and then also Cardano will be part of their educational system. The kids, they don't have textbooks, they don't have the resources. So now the blockchain will be the place where the kids can now go to get their lessons and learn and everything, get educated. And these are resources that continent did not have. And of course, it's great business. It's smart business by Cardano, but it's also providing an incredible service for a continent that did not have this right now, and they can bring them to the forefront, bring them to the 21st century when it comes to banking and finances and those kind of things. So we love that, because crypto can do things that traditional financing has completely failed so many others.
Absolutely. And we actually last week announced our 2 first projects that we're supporting as part of that initiative. And that is Bitcoin Ladies, which is helping women understand Bitcoin. Just basically, it's led by Sarah Satoshi. She's creating a publication and kind of a career network, like specifically for women. And Anita Posh is doing a really interesting project called Bitcoin for Fairness, where she's traveling around to Africa, to parts of the Middle East, to Venezuela and parts of Latin America. And she is helping educate people about Bitcoin in markets and countries that really need it right now. So proud to support those projects. And again, if you know of more projects, we would love to support those too, that kind of fit those goals. So
there you go. Good stuff. All right. Yeah. So go to OKCoin. And by the way, we have a link below. We can share some free Bitcoin. Okay, Coin's giving out some free Bitcoin. We can share $20 of Bitcoin. We got the link below there. Mandy Campbell, kind enough to join us on the program, the head of content and brand. Mandy, thank you for taking some time. Look forward to doing it again next month. We'll have some fun, and hopefully, maybe this is a sign of the market finally turning the corner. And I know the Feds are going to, finish off talking today, but I think we kind of already figured out that 0.25% increase. Everything's kind of been figured out already. So I think the markets can kind of move on, unless there's any real drastic news today. Maybe, just maybe, this is the moment where we have the rebound. Who knows?
Yeah, I hope so. Oh, and also okcoin.com/okay is another way to get some free Bitcoin potentially. So we're giving $3,000 in Bitcoin to 4 different winners.
Yeah,
so check out that campaign too. It's super easy. You just have to tweet about it, but you can also vote and let us know. It's a site where you can share your thoughts about some somewhat polarizing topics, and it's all in the celebration of it's okay to be different, which we think is an important thing to say these days.
There you go. And by the way, I tweeted it out, so you can go to my Twitter, Big O Show, and you can check it out there. All right.
So you're in the running for that $3,000 in Bitcoin then.
Yeah, I'm not an employee, so I'm eligible, right?
You're eligible, yeah.
I'm eligible. I'm not an employee, so there you go. All right, it's a beautiful thing. Hey, I ended up getting an NFT from Star Atlas, and by the way, this dip has been so beautiful to take advantage of Star Atlas. I have loaded up on this dip here, so in a year from now, year and a half from now, when Star Atlas is going, those of us that hodled and stayed patient, we're good. Although, Mandy, we need staking for Star Atlas. That's my other. Okay, I need Theta, and now I need Star Atlas staking. Can you make that happen for me?
I wish I could, but I will let Alex and his team know. He's the one who can hopefully make
get
that
Alex out in 2 weeks, and we'll put his feet to the fire too to get some Star Atlas staking there. But I do have the only NFT I own is a Star Atlas NFT. So hey,
I have to say, I'm 90% Bitcoin, but I've gotten deep down the rabbit hole of NFTs. So maybe we can talk about that the next time.
You need to educate. No, my problem is I'm not educated on NFTs. I don't know. I don't feel good. I'm not comfortable.
It's a wild world. It's a wild world, but I'm glad that you got your Star Atlas one. I think the art was really, really cool for that one.
Yeah, it was. I totally agree. Mandy, thank you so much. We'll talk again next month. I appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You got it. There you go. Mandy Campbell, head of content and brand from OK Coin. Love it. All right.
There you go.
Yes.
There's been a Dolphins signing.
Oh, my Lord. We got a Dolphins signing. What's going on?
Per Adam Schefter, the Miami Dolphins are signing back restricted free agent safety Sheldrick Redwine on a one-year deal.
Okay. All right.
I didn't say it was a great sign. I just said it was exciting.
Oh, but I'm glad he's back. He's a nice kid, man. It's a good opportunity for him overall. Great job by Mandy Campbell. I love it. Oh, man, they got Cadena. Oh, I love it. I'm going to be looking every couple minutes now for when they list. Usually it's after like 3 or 4 p.m. or something Eastern. No, or sometimes it's like at 9 p.m. Actually, I think sometimes like the listings sometimes are later. So it wasn't up yet, but Cadena is a really interesting company. And she also dropped a nugget there. First American crypto company to have it in here, okay? Because see, why I want Theta, you can't get Theta in a lot of exchanges. I have to get it at Gate.io in Canada, and then I've got to, to transfer money. You've got to pay a fee. I hate that, dude. So I have some things that I got in Gate.io a while back because I couldn't find Theta anywhere. What else do I have there? Veracity. There's a couple coins that I have there you can't find anywhere because Gate.io has like over 2,000 coins, but it's a pain in the ass to shop in it. Okay, coin is like super easy. And so and I love the staking that they have and the way they use it. It's so easy to use at OK. When you start using other exchanges and in this business or in this investment world, unfortunately, no exchange has all the coins. So if you're looking for a specific one, you have to go to this one. Like Cadena, if I wanted it, I would have to go to Gate.io. And I said, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not buying any more on Gate.io. What I have on Gate.io stays there, and that's it. And if I can ever transfer it out, I'll transfer it into another wallet, and I'll do that. But for now, I'll just leave what I have there. I don't have a ton of money there or anything like that. But Cadena's one of those that I've been loving to get in, baby. Love it. ADA has tanked. Yes, it has gone down. It's called the buying zone, sir. Go ahead.
No, I'm sorry. I thought you were finishing up.
Yes.
Check your phone real quick.
Yes, I got you. All right. We are, if you want to get in on the Welt and Rayom text line, that's 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. If you want to get in on the program, let's see. All right. Let's see. What do we have here? Let's do this. Let's take a quick break. All right. Let's give me 2 minutes here. When we come back, we're going to talk to Jeff Welt. I want to find out what's going on with the Deshaun Watson thing. Do you know why I want to find out? Because Deshaun Watson needs to make a decision. And then his decision will affect Teron Armstead. Teron Armstead's decision could affect what the Miami Dolphins do. The Miami Dolphins need a left tackle. They want Teron Armstead or maybe another left tackle. The problem is until Teron Armstead signs, all the other left tackles are waiting for him to sign. So then the dominoes will kind of fall into place. So Jeff Welt is going to tell us from Welt and Rayom. By the way, if you need some great lawyers, 954-966-4646. All right. Welt and Rayom, personal injury, commercial litigation, business owner claims, criminal defense. If you're in a little trouble there, take it easy. Condo damage, homeowner property damage, all kinds of things. You want to call Welt and Rayom. Jeff Welt will join us on the other side. Let's take a quick break. Back with more right here on the Big O Radio Show. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified whitening contractor. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
We're back, I guess. There we go. Jeff Welch. Yes, Sean.
I was saying, now back to the Big O show.
Oh, there you go. There you go. All right. Nice job by you, Sean. Appreciate you. Jeff Welch, Welton Rayom. We tell you all the time about the Welton Rayom text line. Well, there's the man, the myth, the legend that is Jeff Welch. Been a listener of our show for a long. How long you been listening to our show, Jeff? Because
I've been listening to you.
There was no video when you were listening.
No video. No cell phones. Probably 30 years ago.
Damn, that's a long time, my brother, and I appreciate you as always. So if you guys need some good lawyers, Welton Rayom are there for you. Jeff, thank you for taking some time. So are you happy so far with the Dolphin moves?
Yeah, I think so. I'm not one that has to have big names all the time. So it seems like they're improving.
Do you like the McDaniel hire? How has the new head coach, what kind of impression has he left on you?
He's definitely different than what we've had here before. So it can't be any worse than what we had the last 20 plus years. So, he says the right things. Hopefully he does the right stuff when the team actually takes the field.
Well, I hear the sirens in the back. You've got a client that's about to.
Unfortunately, I'm right on the road. So
yeah, so, right. Clients nearby, at least there, Jeff. So you can. By the way, if you need to reach out to Welton Rayom, 954-966-4646. And by the way, Jeff is a big music guy too. What's the next concert you're going to, Jeff? Because he and I talk music all the time.
I think in May I'm going to see Billy Idol at the Hard Rock.
Okay.
And then, as I told you before, I'm going to be seeing Reverend Horton Heat with a band called Nashville Pussy in October at the Culture Room.
All right. And by the way, I'm going to go with him to go see the Reverend Horton Heat, right?
Yes. Yes.
And then and anything named Nashville Pussy, I gotta go see what that band is. I mean, so I'll be at the culture room this Friday night, by the way, for a little what's it called? English Beat. I'm gonna take the wife to see a little English Beat on Friday night at the culture room. Have some fun.
I think
there.
one of the original members died.
Yes, Rankin Roger had a stroke. I had tickets to go see them in Los Angeles a couple of years ago, and dude, he ended up getting the stroke and passing away, and yeah, unfortunately, and so yeah, it sucked. I was hoping to see Rankin Roger one time, but unfortunately, I could not get to see him. So, Wakeling is still there, which is the main voice,
right?
So that's what matters there. And my wife does love a little. She likes ska. She's into ska.
Me too.
She loves the Interrupters. I know you do too, because we were talking. I was wearing an Interrupters shirt yesterday the other day when I was talking to you. So I never knew this years into our marriage that she was a ska girl now. It's crazy stuff. All right, so let's get into a little bit of the Deshaun Watson, because you're a Dolphins fan. And if you've noticed, none of the tackles are signing. Right. So they're kind of waiting for Teron Armstead to sign, and then the domino will happen. And that's what Ian Rapoport was telling us today on our exclusive report with him here in South Florida, that it's kind of Teron Armstead will then dictate where the rest of the guys go and the money and all of that. So it seems like he also told us that Deshaun Watson and Armstead is waiting for Watson's decision, because he may go back to New Orleans. So Armstead may go back to New Orleans if Watson goes there. So walk us through the next stage for Watson, because we know he wasn't charged criminally,
right?
But maybe that's still open. So how are the civil cases going to affect him, or could they affect anything on the criminal side? And does it seem like this is going to be any hurdles from here on out on the football end?
It's pretty rare that when it goes in front of a grand jury and they decide not to indict, it's very rare that an indictment is going to come later, unless a lot of new information comes out. I just don't see that happening. They had some of the women testified, and they still didn't indict. So what I found out is that he was already deposed last week by, I guess, the same lawyer represents everybody, but it was on the 9 women who were going to testify in the grand jury. So obviously he just pled the fifth the entire time. Now, after they decided not to indict, his lawyer said he will now answer questions in depositions. So I think, and I believe some of the depositions are happening this week of Deshaun Watson. But now that the case is civil, pretty much he can do whatever he wants. I mean, the bad part is over. Civil cases now, thanks to COVID, the court systems are all backed up. I didn't have court for a year and a half. So all those cases now are piling up. I imagine it's the same thing in Houston. So who knows if this is going to go to trial? It could be a year. It could be longer than that. But that shouldn't stop him from signing anywhere. I mean, it's not like there's a criminal investigation over his head anymore.
So and it looks like then the NFL won't suspend until the civil cases are done, I would imagine, right? Is that what they're going? That part you and I won't even know, right?
No. I mean, I don't know. I mean, obviously there's a double standard for players and owners. So I don't know what they're going to do and how long they would wait. I don't know what the civil case would have to do with him being, basically traded. But it's up to the league. I guess they can do whatever they want.
All right. So at this point, he's home free. So what
he's
you're
home
saying,
free.
And all he has to do is be careful in the depositions, right? Obviously, he's got to find a way to not. Can he incriminate himself in those depositions of the civil cases that could then reopen a criminal case?
Well, I mean, a deposition is given under oath, so it would be a statement under oath. So if he admitted something that I can't believe someone would be dumb enough to do it, but I shouldn't say that doing this for 26 years. It happens. Yes, it can be used against him. It can be handed over to, a prosecutorial office, and that means he's admitting a crime. I doubt that's going to happen. I mean, like I said, though, it does happen.
He'll plead the fifth on questions that are maybe ones that could lead to something that might be incriminating, in other words.
Or he's just going to say he didn't do anything wrong. That's what he's been saying in the press. So
Okay. All right. So it looks like he's scot-free then. All right. So it's just really a matter of, after you trade for him, it's whatever the league decides when they decide when to suspend him, I guess.
Correct.
That's about
it. Yeah. I mean, now it's just about money and how much he's going to have to pay, if any, if the cases go against him. That's it.
All right. By the way, tell them about Welton Rayom and the services that you guys provide. So folks out there, if they need some good lawyers, they know where to call.
Basically, in a nutshell, we sue insurance companies. We take on the biggest corporations in this country. It's a true David and Goliath story. Basically, if you get in a car accident, we represent you. You fall somewhere, we represent you. One of the things we do that a lot of firms don't do, and my law partner, Dan, who you've met, has been doing for 26 years, is he goes after homeowners insurance policies. So if a hurricane comes, you give us a call. If a pipe bursts, you walk in and your house is flooded. You don't know how. Give us a call.
Yeah.
Give us a call. Those are the kind of things. I mean, a condo association, something happens, give us a call. And any call you give us is free. The only way we make money is if we make you money. So it's free to come in, it's free to call, it's free to talk to us. We have phones being answered 24/7. We'll get back to you right away. That's basically it. I do criminal defense work. I was a prosecutor in Miami in the 90s, which is another lifetime ago, but I do some criminal defense work. Basically, if you think you need a lawyer for something, if you give us a call and we don't do it, all our friends are lawyers. We'll find somebody who we trust to give you their name.
And I trust Jeff, so you can trust them, and they are great sponsors of our program. So if you need a lawyer you can trust, 954-966-4646 for Welt and Rayom. Jeff, I appreciate you, my brother. I know you got to get back to work. Thank you for taking some time. We will talk again, my friend.
Anytime, man. Thank you so much.
Unfortunately, sports and legal issues will cross paths a little too much. You be good, my brother. Thank you.
Take care.
You got it. There you go. The great Jeff Welt, man. Good stuff there. We love Jeff. By the way, Sean, can you do me a favor? I do want to tell you something. I want to give you a heads up. I want you to look at the NASCAR race this weekend in Atlanta. There might be a logo there that you recognize. Just saying. One of the NASCAR vehicles could have a logo that you recognize. Just saying. Just saying. That's the rumor. That's the rumor. Watch the logo go round and round, round and round, round and round. Watch the logo go round and round. It's got a letter that goes round and round too. So it's kind of apropos, right, Sean? There is a letter in there that goes round and round.
There is a letter that goes round and round.
So just look for one of the NASCAR vehicles there. Just saying. You might find an interesting logo, one that you see all the time. Just saying. All right, let's do this. Why don't we get to our KSDT Sports Business Report? right, baby. Tom Brady, he dropped the bomb a couple of days ago, right? Lots of us thought, yeah, he's done. He's, I really never saw this coming. I thought Brady was, I thought he was the guy that would, he would Tony Gwynn it, he would Andrew Luck it. You know what I'm saying? He would Barry Sanders it, Calvin Johnson. Some of these dudes walked away and they walked away and they didn't come back. John Elway walked away, did not come back. But it's a thing, right? It's happened a lot lately. It's kind of like watching rock bands tell you this is their last tour. And then they come back 5 years later and yeah, we're back again. This is our last tour. And then they're back again. No, this is our last tour. Like Kiss has had, I don't know how many farewell tours already. I went to the first farewell tour of Kiss back in like 1997 or 99 or something like that. So Tom Brady drops the bomb that he comes back. Problem is, some people made some cash on that. And now Westgate Sportsbook, the Superbook, I believe it's the biggest sports book in Las Vegas, maybe the world. The vice president, Jay Kornegay, says he believes several bettors placed some wagers indicating that they had knowledge of Brady's return before the announcement. He says there's not a doubt in my mind that they knew he was coming back when they placed those wagers on Thursday, Kornegay told Pro Football Talk. And these were not casual bettors. They would be categorized as educated bettors. It wasn't a guy with a Tom Brady jersey at the counter. It was a player that we would describe as sharp. One with the type of play in the announcement we heard Sunday that was unretiring. There was information that was shared prior to the official announcement. So one bettor placed a sizable bet for the Bucs to win the NFC and the Super Bowl last Thursday, when the team's odds were listed at 30-1 and 60-1. Respectfully, now Tampa's odds to win the championship are now 25-1. There's no doubt in my mind that information leaked sometime in the middle of last week, Kornegay added. This is concerning. I don't think I've ever said the NFL really needs to investigate something, but this is something they need to look into and how it got out, because there are many books that some took sizable wages in the middle of the week. So, in the world of sports business, Tom Brady made some money for some folks, or maybe Tom Brady's agent made some money for some folks by letting the cat out of the bag prior to him making that announcement. Crazy stuff, man. So there you go. How about that? That's when sports, business, and gambling collide, and you got to think with the Brian Flores and Stephen Ross situation, the pay for lose, and now you have Tom Brady playing with his retirement. You got to wonder, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here? And I'm sure when people saw that video with him and Cristiano Ronaldo, if anybody could bet at that moment, they probably got on their phones right away. And if they had a book that had that future, you ended up betting that. Yeah, and listen, the NFL does need to look into this in a big time way. Into Stephen Ross, into the Tom Brady. I don't know how they're going to prove the Tom Brady thing, which whatever. But these are two. You're now lying in bed with DraftKings and Caesars and all these sports books and all that stuff. Well, you've got to be on the up and up if you're going to be tied to gambling. NFL's gotta be careful there. That is your KSDT Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
All right. So, this race in Atlanta. Bailey Curry, Ryan Vargas. Just Bailey Curry, Ryan Vargas. It's up to you guys now. Watch the race. Watch the race. It's going to be a logo racing around and around and around. Yes, sir.
It'll be on the Saturday race.
Yes.
Saturday race.
Yes, Saturday's race. So make sure you look at it. The Xfinity race in Atlanta. It's going to be a logo. That's going to be fun. Fun to watch. Eric Flowers got released. There you go. Rodgers asked Adams if he could handle the heat this year all season. Talked about where he will play. What else do we have on the text line here? LOL getting called by a troll. I don't know what this is. Let's see. What else do we have?
That
seems like you guys all kinds of what'd you say?
That issue was
Okay. So there you go. Like I said before, I need to have some dumbed down crypto for me someday. Check out, read Cointelegraph, read Cryptos Are Us, Cryptos, the letter R and us.com. It's a website. And also, if you go to Cryptos Are Us on YouTube, you will find a gentleman by the name of George there. He's an Asian guy, and he is a very level-headed guy that you want to listen to because he does a really, really good job overall. The other guy you want is Benjamin Cohen, Cowen. He does a lot of technical analysis. And so you can learn a little bit there. What I like about George and what I like about Ben is there's no show, there's no fluff. They're not there to try to entertain you. Okay? They're not there to show you all kinds of bells and whistles and keep you. No, they're there to actually do the analysis and give you the information and educate you and be unbiased. And if it's bad, it's bad. If it's good, it's good. If it's, in the middle, they'll tell you. It doesn't matter. So those are two people that I would strongly suggest that you watch. And I told you a couple sites that I want you to go read. You can't read all crypto sites because a lot of them have people that really don't know crypto and they're writing about crypto. And it pisses me off because when I read the article, I know this person doesn't know jack shit about crypto. And they're just, they're just following orders from their editor that they need crypto material because obviously it's a growing thing. Okay. So do that, follow that, and that will help you out a little bit. What else do we have here before we got to go on the program? We do. Tomorrow we'll be at Hialeah Park, second floor poker room, like always. Friday we'll be at KSDT CPAs for our first broadcast out there. That's going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to hanging out with the great people out there at KSDT CPAs. And if you need a CPA for your home, for your business, please call KSDT. They also do crypto. So for those of you like myself that got into crypto this year, you got to make sure you do it right. Do it with KSDT. They are great people. All right. Thank you, Big O. You're welcome on that information. 240. Yeah, let's go, man. Smash the hell out of that like button, please. JP on Sports says, remember they were on. Oh, okay. Matt Collins is a dependable 4th, 5th wide receiver and special teams guy, but that guy is effing replaceable. He's replaceable, but he's not hard. It's not easy to find a guy that excels both as a special teamer and a receiver. I like Matt Collins, man. I like him a lot. I'm a fan of Matt Collins, guys. Big O, a basic understanding of finances and long-term investing beforehand may help someone understand crypto and investing in it. You are so correct, Brett. But patience is also a really hard thing to have, because I've got a couple of friends of mine that don't have any patience. And one friend of mine learned patience after he lost a lot of money, because you just can't do that in crypto or stocks or whatever. You got to learn how to have patience. And if you invest in something and believe in it, then stay with it. Do not, get off kilter just because you had a bad week or a bad month. If it's a good product overall, it's going to go up over time. You gotta fight through, the peaks and valleys. And that's what's been happening the last couple of months. We've been in a valley, and eventually you'll get to a peak. Like I saw somebody say, oh, crypto peaked out 3 years ago. And it's like, what an idiot. 3 years ago, Bitcoin was like at $600 or $1,000 or $2,000. And now it's at 40. It's like stupid stuff. Crypto peaked 3 years ago. Yeah, Cardano was at 10 cents 3 years ago, you idiot. So it's at 90 cents now, and it got to $3. So it has not peaked, but it's still going up way more than where it was 3 years ago. I wish I'd gotten Ethereum 3 years ago. I got Ethereum a little over a year ago at 1,600, and now it's on a major dip, and I'm still making money. But these are people that they don't invest in crypto, and they don't know jack shit, so they say stupid things like crypto peaked 3 years ago. It's like you immediately know when people don't know anything about something right away. Like it hits you right in the face. It really is truly amazing. Anyway, we are out of here. Sean Stanley is coming up next. Yes, Wednesdays. We may start at 8:45, but we end, I don't know, I think he ends around 1:30, 1:40, something like that. He'll do about a half hour. But it is the Square Circle Digest, baby. Sean Stanley. Are you ready? Have you seen Sean the wrestler? Have you seen the open of the show? It's a badass open. It has Sean in his wrestling days, and he's looking around to kick somebody's ass. Like that Sean right there. Oh, you don't want to mess with that Sean. So we thank, by the way, Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. We thank Ian Rapoport. We thank Joe Shad. We thank Mandy Campbell. We thank Jeff Welt from Welton Rayom. 954-966-4646. If you want to reach out to Welton Rayom, great lawyers, great supporters of our show. And we thank, of course, Sean Stanley for mastering this show, and all of you for tuning in. Please smash the like button. Stay tuned. Don't move. Sean Stanley, Square Circle Digest. That's next.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slogans, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, hell yeah. It is 3/16 day. For those that know, it is Stone Cold Steve Austin Day. 3/16 here on the Squared Circle Digest. Sean Stanley along with you for the next half hour or so, talking some pro wrestling. Last night was WWE NXT. Overall, not a fantastic show, but it delivered what it needed to deliver. Want to go through the ratings, which we start off every show with. Looking at AEW Dynamite, that show starts tonight, but since we're on Wednesday afternoon, that begins my week. So the AEW Dynamite did 945,000, and the 18 to 49, which is the key demographic for wrestling, was 516. SmackDown did a 2.2 with a 1.48 in the key demographic. Rampage 526 with a 282 in the 18 to 49, and Raw was 1.7 on Monday night with a 0.48. So as you can see, AEW still trailing a little bit. They did beat Raw in the key demographic by about 30,000. So when you look at it, AEW is building. They're building up a little bit, but ultimately it's going to be interested to see how they go. DF, yes, that was me. That was D. Sean Allen back in the day, about 30 pounds ago, probably. But that was me. But with the key demographics, you saw some things there. AEW, to me, the better product. WWE, more eyes on the product. Going to be on any other of the feeds. Not sure where JP on sports looked like an Anderson. No, actually, I was trained by Cliff Anderson, who you're talking about an identical Anderson, except he had the full head of hair, so he didn't have the little Anderson going bald look there. Some news coming out this week. MLW, WWE responded to their lawsuit. And Jay Pessin, RIP Scott Hall. MLW claimed that Stephanie McMahon, who is the chief marketing officer for WWE, used WWE's relationship with Fox to end MLW's tentative deal with Tubi, which was going to be a streaming service that broadcasted MLW. WWE sent out a response, and I just lost it on my screen here, so let me grab it here real quick. Their response was, MLW has claimed WWE threatened to take all of its content off Fox if Tubi didn't terminate the deal with MLW. WWE says that claim is not only implausible, but absurd. They stated, the notion that WWE would jeopardize hundreds of millions of dollars in rights fees and breach its own contract with Fox in order to keep MLW off a streaming service makes no rational sense. And this, they cited legal tests of the Sherman Antitrust Act and argued MLW's allegations don't suffice. And they went on to show other shows that are competition with WWE that are on streaming services. So we'll see where they go from there. They said MLW took its content off of TV, and now they've taken their battle from the ring to the courtroom. So we'll see where they go with that. It'll be interesting to see, because usually these claims will not stick. It will not stick. But can MLW get some notoriety maybe from it? We'll see. We'll see what happens. Sean was throwing a comment to Brett asking if he was going to be the other. Oh, okay. All right. Sorry about that, JP. Some other news, contract news. Candice LeRae, her contract is coming up right now. She's on maternity leave. Johnny Gargano ends to be owned by Fox. I don't know, Frankie Fresco, if it is owned by Fox. It might be owned by NBC. Yeah, I'm sorry. It may be. Yeah, no, because you see, Tubi, is that Fox's? It may be. I'll have to do some more research on that, Frankie, to double check that there. But as I was saying, Candice LeRae contract is coming up in the spring. She is on maternity leave, which is why WWE can't put a freeze on her, because it's not an injury. It was a leave. So when you sit there and you look at that, Johnny Gargano's contract ended in December. Candice LeRae's contract now coming up. They just had the baby. A lot of talk of Gargano going to AEW, but in this article on Fightful that I found interesting was stated that they are still in great standing with WWE. So could Gargano and LeRae end up going back to WWE? And if they do, it'd be for the money. It would be nothing more for the money. But also with AEW, it's getting a little crowded at the top. And does Johnny Gargano go from wrestling, at least on USA Network, to wrestling on YouTube? If he's not on the AEW Dynamite shows, they're going to be hold on a minute, I'm sorry. Perfect Q caught me off guard with that question that came across. Gargano, does he want to go to AEW and wrestle on YouTube? Because again, Young Bucks last night were on YouTube. They're the EVPs of AEW, and they're wrestling on YouTube because there's not enough TV time for everybody to get everything out there and to promote the federation. So that Elias, I don't know if any of you are really hardcore wrestling now. The last thing you saw was him walking through the woods with his guitar and across a tombstone that said Elias, had his name on it. And then that was the last we've seen of him. Apparently they've already shot vignettes of a new character that's going to debut. He's got new haircuts, new trimmed up his beard, but Vince McMahon put a kibosh on things right now because the outfit that he wanted to wear looks too much like what Randy Savage's did. So right now that is on hold, but we will see where that goes as far as Elias returning back to TV. The Cody Rhodes situation, a couple things. There's at least one EVP, which there's only 3 left now currently. So it's either the Young Bucks or Kenny Omega. Said Cody has signed with WWE and he will face Rollins at WrestleMania. So take that for what it is, because again, it could be just to throw everything off and then Cody show back up with the whole thing at AEW. We know how they go with the storylines. Take a look at some of the questions coming around. Perfect Q, AEW doesn't need Gargano, even though AEW now has Ring of Honor. Yeah, well, ROH is going to be basically their NXT. That's going to be their NXT, and it'll help out some of the younger guys that are on YouTube now, because again, Ring of Honor, they'll probably end up getting some type of show, and you'll see it'll probably be on your TNT, TBS as it goes. But again, those networks are getting clustered up too now, because no more NBC Sports. The channel NBC Sports is gone, so a lot of their hockey coverage and things like that is going to TNT. The baseball coverage will now be probably coming back to TBS. So when you start seeing all of that, and that's going to be interesting too, to see TBS, if the Braves have a game on Wednesday night, does that preempt AEW Dynamite? It's going to be very interesting to see how they air some of this stuff out. If they air the Braves games, they haven't been airing a lot of them recently, but it will be interesting to see if that does, because that's why they moved off TNT, because they got hockey, which was going to preempt a lot of the the AEW wrestling. And also an interesting thing from the world of basketball, Enos Kanter Freedom was on a podcast, and he had stated that he has an outstanding offer from WWE to wrestle for them once his NBA career is over. Now, I get it. He's a big guy. I don't know how much athleticism he has to get in the ring. That will be interesting to see. But I found it interesting that he has kind of came out on a podcast and stated that WWE sent that out and put that out there. So I hear Perfect Q. I hear Revolution will now be the second highest rated pay-per-view with at least 160,000 buy-ins per Mets. Yeah, I mean, but that's 160,000 buys at $50 a pop, man. I mean, I get it. It's going to be, I think it'll only go up from here because you got Punk. You have all these names now. If every pay-per-view doesn't go up, you have to get a little bit worried when you look at AEW, because again, remember, they're not doing monthly pay-per-views. I wouldn't say every pay-per-view would go up if it was monthly pay-per-views, because that's just not sustainable. But when you're doing one every 3 to 4 months and you can build and get storylines and, you know, and people invest in the product that's showing, like, to me, the MJF CM Punk match, that sold a lot of that pay-per-view, that match alone. And then you threw in some of the other matches, you know, the trios match that started it, the triple threat tag team match that started it with the Young Bucks, Red Dragon, and Jurassic Express. You had Adam Page against Adam Cole. You had a lot of, you know, big names on there. Moxley versus Bryan Danielson. If that pay-per-view wasn't one of the tops, I would probably get worried, because you're paying a lot of money if it's not performing. So that's good to see that it was going to be now the second highest pay-per-view. Why would that other wrestling company go after WWE? A lot of times just notoriety. You just get your name out there, you sue them, and now you're on headlines because a wrestling company is suing WWE. Somebody wants to put in their paper or put it on there for clicks. Now, every time you click on it, what name do you see? You see the other wrestling company. In this instance, it's MLW. It's really about, you know, notoriety. It's about getting your brand out there. And, you know, who was it? Was it Eric Bischoff? You know, controversy creates cash. Vince McMahon used to say there's no bad publicity in wrestling if you're getting any publicity. When are the trios champions coming? Perfect Q. What I've heard is they're waiting for Kenny Omega to come back before they do the trios tournament. Don't know if that's going to still be the case, but my understanding was they were going to wait. At least everything I'm being reported to me or reading, it states that Kenny Omega return will probably start driving a little bit more of the trios champions. But remember, they did just bring out the TBS title. The TNT title was about 6 to 7 months before that. Or actually, no, about a year before that. So maybe you might get a few more months, and then maybe you'll see that. If they don't sell more pay-per-views, then HBO Max will start streaming them. Frankly, I don't think so, man. Because if you do, okay, well, let me rephrase that. Possibly, depending on what the amount of money HBO Max will give them. If they can think they can get more money, 160,000 pay-per-views at $50 a piece, roughly, I'm not great at math, so about 8 million. Maybe I'm off. I might be off there. But let me see if I can get my handy dandy calculator here so I can get you guys actual numbers here. So if it was 160,000 times $50 a piece, yeah, 8 million. So $8 million dollars per pay-per-view. You do 4, you know, and again, this one was higher rated. That's 32 million just on pay-per-view in four events, not counting your live event gates throughout the year. What do I get if HBO wants to purchase? You know, because again, the Fox deal was like $1 billion when you looked at it, up being almost like 250 million a year for the Peacock deal. I'm sorry, for Peacock. It ended up being like $1 billion for NBC, Universal, and Fox as well. So when you're looking at what they're doing, does the money outweigh going to HBO Max. If it does, then you do it as a business. But also remember, with WWE, it's more business than what AEW is because they're a publicly traded company. They have stock, they have shareholders and stocks and things like that. So you have to be profitable. It can't just be like AEW, hey, let's throw this to the wall. Okay, it's stuck. All right, good, perfect. We do it again. The biggest news, in my opinion, was AEW buying Ring of Honor. What do you think will be the next? I mean, perfect. To you, that was I didn't necessarily know it was big news. I thought it was major news as far as again, WWE, if they would have got it, CM Punk went into this again the scrum after the pay-per-view. He was worried that WWE would get it and just stick it on as another channel on their WWE network on Peacock, and it'd be difficult. You're trying to scroll through and find everything there. He was happy that Tony Khan was able to purchase it. And I think it was worked out to where Tony Khan was going to be able to purchase it, because I can't believe that Vince didn't offer the money that I've heard thrown around for Tony Khan, what he purchased it for. But the library itself will be worth a lot of money, depending if they do. And again, what does AEW do now? They could start putting out DVDs, the best of Ring of Honor, the best of CM Punk. I mean, it's been done before, but why not bring it up to date? And you could have Punk doing alternative. It's been talked about before. You have Daniel Bryan and CM Punk doing commentary on their matches, or vice versa. You have so much of the talent there that ultimately you can make so much money off of that library. Do you start streaming it, or do you put it out on your own as another AEW product? And again, it's all about the money. The next big AEW news or surprise, I don't know. We always hear that, Bray Wyatt's going to show up at some point. I don't know if that's the case necessarily anymore, but it's going to be something like that. I mean, it's got to be either Bray or one of those showing up at AEW, because other than that, I don't know if there's a whole lot that can really surprise a lot anymore when you look at pro wrestling there. Perfect Q. Frankie Fresco, do you think Vince McMahon is going to run into Stone Cold in WrestleMania? It's going to be interesting to see what they do with Stone Cold, because it's going to be with KO. Originally, it was stated to be the KO show, but both guys seem like it's just going to be a fight anyways. As soon as he gets in the ring, does Vince McMahon get in there? But also Vince might be more inclined really to get involved in possibly the Pat McAfee Austin Theory match, because remember, that interview is what set it up, him making the offer to Pat McAfee, and then all of a sudden Vince McMahon did the swerve, and Austin Theory came out and was like, the only reason he went on your show was to get you to say yes to come to WrestleMania, and now you're going to wrestle me. And Austin Theory is, Vince McMahon's handpicked, protege. If that works out well for him, it didn't work out so well for Drew McIntyre the first time around, but we shall see what happens there. Sean, do you know Diamond Dallas Page? My uncle hung with him backstage and stuff in Daytona. My first wrestling event was probably in a tent in the 60s when I was 4 or 5 in a vacant lot. I'm 63. Sorry. No, I have never ran across Diamond Dallas Page. I did talk to him, and I've done interviews with him and with the DDP yoga, or DDPY now. But I've never, I can't say that I know him. I've talked with him and things like that. First wrestling event was in a tent. Wow. You know where my first wrestling match was? In an Italian restaurant. They moved the tables around. We put the ring in the middle of an Italian restaurant, and people were eating. Believe it or not, they were serving dinners and everything else, and we were wrestling the show right there in the Italian restaurant. Let me tell you, highlight of my career right there. I did win though, so that was at least the meatball on top of the spaghetti, I guess you could say. And it was a great meal too, by the way. Catering was fantastic at that show. Tony Khan has called himself the head creator for ROH. I would assume with AEW as well. Do you see TK will relinquish some of those responsibilities to maybe a William Regal? Short answer, no, not right away. I understand. I think QT Marshall has now kind of became his right-hand man as far as backstage. I know at the beginning he didn't like the way a lot of the I don't want to say creative, because he leaves creative a lot to the talent. And if you read what Chavo Guerrero said, he thought maybe they leave a little too much. He says WWE micromanages everything, and AEW maybe gives a little too much freedom to the talent. But that's what Tony Khan believes in. He believes in letting the talent, and to me, it does come across better to the wrestling fan, because you can relate to that talent. They got bullet points, of course. Everything's, still storylined and everything like that. But ultimately, he allows the wrestlers the freedom there. Ultimately, he's going to have to relinquish it to somebody. I just don't know who. And maybe what he does is he ends up relinquishing ROH to a William Regal, because, again, that's going to be more of the developmental. And he'll let Regal kind of go down there and work with the talent. And then you still have your Dean Malenko backstage, Arn Anderson, your Tully Blanchard. You have so much talent that could be such great teachers and instructors for Ring of Honor. If they are truly going to make that their developmental, I could see more him relinquishing something toward the Ring of Honor area and letting Regal or somebody like that run, or Paul White, Mark Henry, somebody like that run the more day-to-day of Ring of Honor, your developmental than what you see on AEW. I think right now AEW has got the Tony Khan or TK signature all over it. That's his baby. That's what he's going to see grow up into a teen, into an adult, and hopefully, for many, many more years. So I don't think he's going to relinquish anything for AEW, but I could probably see possibly with Ring of Honor, he might get it rolling, have his vision of what he wants it to be, and then pass it off to a William Regal or a Dean Malenko or Jerry Lynn or one of those guys there. I hope they stop bringing 2 titles for the belt, for TNT belt. Yeah, no. Hopefully they will, but I don't know. I don't know. I keep waiting to see that happen, but they keep carrying the 2 belts out. So I don't know what it's doing or what it's for. Once they unified them, they should have gotten rid of one of them. If you won, would you eat for free? No, you ate for free anyways. Yeah, come on now. Come on. Especially me. I'm eating for free. Right now, wrestling draws around 2 million per show between WWE and AEW. What do you think the industry has to make it mainstream, like 5 million, the way Raw used to be? Never happen again. Never happen again. Not on TV. There's just too much to do now. There's too many things. You can DVR it. You can stream it. You can, there's just so much going on right now. I don't think you're ever getting back up into the 5s. Again, they had tough times getting into 5s during the Monday Night Wars. They were consistently, 4s, 3 9s, 4 5s around that area. But to get up to 5, I just don't think that they'll ever get that unless, somebody hits, The Rock and, The Rock status, possibly, maybe. But then again, it won't be a consistent 5. You may hit it for one show. And that's probably a very big reach as well, because again, right now you're looking at what SmackDown's the one with the most eyes, and they're only getting 2.2 right now. So you're looking at increasing almost 2.8, almost 3 points to get to that 5. I think those are long gone, and it has to do with streaming and everything else. There's just so much other things to do right now other than just sit home and watch wrestling. Again, Monday nights, one of the things that I saw on the Outkick, and I talked a little bit about it on one of the other shows, was that AEW and Raw and them are outdrawing the NBA coverage right now. Again, I know it's regular season. We'll see what happens when the playoff coverage on TNT is being outdrawn by, the AEW Dynamites and your WWE Raws. So ratings are not where I think most wrestling fans used to see them, but ultimately I think they're not terrible either. Sean, how long was your wrestling career? I did 14 years. I did 1999. I started, and 2014 or 2013 was my last match. No, 2014 was my last match. Yeah, about 2000. Actually, it was about 2013 was my last match. Sorry. Yeah, because I got the poster right here. So 2013. Did you grab a plate of food and throw it in your opponent when you wrestled in an Italian restaurant? I would not waste food like that. Frankie Fresco. How dare you even say anything like that? Sean Allen, Sean Stanley, nothing. We do not waste food. Don't forget, follow me on Twitter, Instagram at Sean_Stanley11. Follow, of course, the Big O Show at Big O Show. And then also on the YouTube channel, Big O Radio Show. Looking through here, see if we got anything else here on the chat board. All right. Don't see a whole lot more. It's getting about that 1:30 time frame. We've had you on here since about 8:45. And don't forget, tonight, AEW Dynamite. I will be back on the air. See Dola pound for pound, the Four Horsemen or the Hart Foundation. Four Horsemen all day. All day. And which Four Horsemen would you go with? Which Four Horsemen would be your Four Horsemen, Dola? Is it the Sid Vicious, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, Ric Flair? Is it the Lex Luger? Is it throwing the Barry Windham in there? Because to me, Barry Windham, Ric Flair, Arn Anderson, Tully Blanchard, the best version of the Four Horsemen to me. So, Perfect Q, what happened to Hall was so terrible. You're going for hip replacement, get heart attack. Yeah, apparently there's a blood clot. And again, there's a lot of things being reported. So, Lex Luger, no, man, I can't go with Lex. I can't go with Lex. I mean, I know he's had a lot of things happen after wrestling, but no, you can't do that. Last event was the Fairgrounds. What's that pay? 2019. Ole Blanchard. Okay, so the original Four Horsemen. Somebody, Ole Blanchard, Flair, Arn. That's the original there. I thought the Barry Windham incarnation was probably one of the betters. But as I said, I'll be back here. AEW Dynamite will be off the air at 10 o'clock, which means I'll be on the air by 10:05. It's 316 day, Stone Cold Steve Austin. So make sure you drink a beer, crack a cold one for Old Stone Cold. But in the words of the great Gordon Soley, so long from the Sunshine State.